5% less than brand name prices. Go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Window Nation is proud to stand with WPHT's Radiothon in support of the Travis Manion Foundation and our nation's veterans. Right now, upgrade your home with brand new energy-efficient windows installed in just one day. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Use those savings to make a difference. Support our veterans, support the Travis Manion Foundation, and invest in your home with Window Nation. Call today or visit windownation.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenson Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
From Russia with love, darling. The phone call between Trump and Putin.
You doing the whole show like that?
No.
Would be impressive.
We have a local, we have a big community here in Philadelphia, in all seriousness. A big community, Russian, Ukrainian, right? We have Russian radio. If you ever listen to them, they come on.
No, do we really?
Talking like this. Yes, seriously. It's a great station, and they play a lot of...
How do you know it's a great station?
Because I listen to it accidentally sometimes.
Are you admitting that you know Russian?
No, I don't. But I'll pretend, darling. So in this one, a lot of Trump news this morning, and let's get to it. So we have in the news this morning, what's everybody focusing on? Trump, the call with Putin. Dan found this awesome audio. We'll get to it in 1 second. We didn't get too much this morning about Trump's afternoon yesterday in part, finally, after putting him off, because, he named himself as the biggity big in charge of the Kennedy Center. So we'll get to that. He spoke outside, so we'll get to that one. His tariff policies, the headlines there, the mass deportations. I'll give you my take on that and the latest Trump news. And also, President Trump this morning saying that judge involved in the legal battle, who involved himself, said the plane should be turning around. What the Trump administration says are those killers, rapists, and violent gang members that flew out. Trump has some harsh words about that judge, saying the judge should actually be impeached. Impeach. But let's get to the call between Trump and Putin discussing Ukraine and the deal, all about the art of the deal. So we know that earlier this morning, President Trump had said he was looking forward to the call with Pootie. That's my alleged nickname for Putin. Good morning, Pootie. How are you? Did you have your run? Did you get your fiber? But in this one, this is serious high-stakes stuff, all kidding aside. Europe's largest nuclear power plant, Kyiv's NATO aspirations, as NBC News talking about, everybody, Fox, CNN, take your pick, CBS. But they're talking about convincing Russian President Vladimir Putin to finally accept this ceasefire in the war in Ukraine, and then what that means. So we know that the call is supposed to be sometime between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m., quite a window, Eastern time, right? Our time, because obviously that's not their time there. Dan has obtained exclusive video from Russia with love.
Yes, so Dawn, Putin's...
Wait, you have to do Dan cam. We need the dual Dan
You need the Dan cam?
Right? You need to see him if we're on YouTube. Because we're trying to expand.
Well, right now I'm trying to...
All right. Maybe while you play
I'm trying to stretch some time because I'm trying to get the video up.
All right.
So give me 1 second here.
So in this case, it's between 9 and 11. You have a 2-hour window to have the phone call. Whoever made that timeline, I think that was smart, because you're not setting anybody up for failure, right? If you're trying to, be gracious and have diplomacy, you say, well, sometime between 9 and 11. Now, that's not Trump. That's not how he rolls. And I doubt that's how Putin rolls either. But in this case, I like that. That's like dawn time right there. Like, come on, we're going to be going on the Italy trip pretty soon. You know full well some of us were shopping a little bit too much. We have a little bit of time. And then they're like, the bus, the bus or the group or whatever the next tour is, they're leaving. Where's Dawn and Anne-Marie and like a group of us?
She's doing a Bad Eagles chant.
And we're like, yeah, we're shopping or we're drinking, we're doing something, we're being naughty.
I do have a video now.
That's Dawn time right there, right? Listen in.
Yes, here you go. So to translate for those listening.
Thank you, because Dan is fluent.
Yeah, I'm fluent in Russian now. Yeah. No. So what's happening is you got a business leader there, and he's at a conference with a bunch of business leaders in Russia. And a guy with sunglasses is pointing to his watch and saying, "Hey, Pootie, you got a time commitment here. It seems like we got to hurry things up a little bit." And Putin responds in a brief kind of shutting it off, and listen to the crowd reaction when that happens.
Не знаю, насколько он...
And it cuts to a crowd, some angry, some smug, but... So I don't know Russian, to be honest, and so if there is a listener that could translate for us, please ring in for an exact translation, but from what it looks like that's breaking virally on Twitter, it looks like Putin's there sitting in front of a bunch of business leaders, and he knows he has this commitment to get on the phone with Trump and is essentially making Trump wait again.
Yes, but, okay, so that took place starting at 9 a.m., Dan? Is that correct?
Yeah.
So that's why whoever said, we're going to talk between 9 and 11 a.m., that was smart, number one. Number two, if you're watching on the YouTube feed and you see the looks on their faces, so the commentator who's really sucking up to, Vladimir Putin, right, the Russian president, he's, oh, Mr. President. But when you show the crowd there in Russia, the people are like, ha, oh, we're supposed to laugh, ha, 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 ha. And it's sort of fakey. And it just shows you what this is all about. And so let us not forget that although we I think we all want the same thing, which is peace and a negotiated peace to stop this bloodshed, which is horrifying. But just remember that Putin is, as much as I call him Pootie and I'm teasing around a little bit, this is a serious situation. And Trump did refer to this about a week ago during one of those sessions in the Oval where he said, or maybe it wasn't in the Oval, so I apologize. It could have been with one of the leaders. He does so many news conferences. But at some point, I believe it was last week, Trump did talk about the fact that this could have been or could be World War III, that this is a tense, important situation. And so you think about that and how much this matters. And that's why it's important that they say it's between 9 and 11. Okay. And President Trump, you know what? He's going to wait for you. He's going to wait for you. It's all good. And so we just want to make sure.
So it looks like Putin left stage around a half an hour ago. Well, probably around 9:30ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe not. Okay. 9. So between 9 and 9:30, when he knows that the window opened, he's joking around, yakking it up, wants to look good. Trump is letting him look good. Now, you know full well.
You really think, though, Trump's sitting there and he expected this to happen? And
Trump is busy. Trump is very busy. So, but he's making sure, he's like, as soon as you get Putin, we're going to give him our undivided attention. I don't think he's in his office with one of those putt-putt like machines. I don't think he's doing that.
No? It's a good way to pass the time.
Looking at the golf. Having a bite to eat.
McDonald's.
The White House has not confirmed the exact time of the call. And Trump did put out on Truth Social, and I have Truth Social on my phone. I don't have it on my computer. I have it on my phone. But he put it out there that there are many elements of a final agreement have been agreed to already, but much remains. So Trump, very serious on this one. The call will most likely, we're told, involve a discussion over what Ukraine will have to give up to achieve this pause after 3 years of fighting since Putin ordered his troops to invade Russia's neighbor. Now, if Greg Stocker were here, and I don't know if he's still listening, but, Greg always talks about the fact that this is a horrifying situation. There is no real peace. It's just, what will Putin get to keep? Because he's taken a lot. It's all about land. If Putin had his way, he would just take Ukraine. That's what he wants. And so Trump is trying to win Putin's support for a 30-day ceasefire. Once they get to that, once they say both sides, all right, stop the fighting, let's have the negotiation. And I'm telling you that $300 billion in Russian assets that have been frozen, that's a critical piece of this because Putin wants his cash, right? Show me the money. He wants that cash. So the frozen assets are critical.
Putin wants his cash. Sounds like a
Putin
rap
wants
song.
his cash. Pootie. So, and I'm being very serious, though. Nobody's talking about that as much to me. I'm not an expert over here, but I'm just saying if you froze $300 billion of my dollars, I'd want my money back. And so I think part of the deal, Trump has to work with the EU, and I swear that's part of the tariff negotiations too, with being tough on the EU. I swear that I believe that it's all a piece of it. And then let us not forget what's going on at the same time. At the same time, we've had Israel, and they have unloaded now on Hamas. That's going on in real time overnight. I reported that starting, I think, 6 a.m. I started reporting that. I believe that Caroline Leavitt or the Trump administration was asked yesterday at some point late whether or not the U.S. government or the Trump administration was notified first by Israel that they were about to unleash on Hamas. And the answer by Israel claims that, yes, they knew, we knew about it.
The Trump administration and the White House were consulted by the Israelis on their attacks in Gaza tonight. And as President Trump has made it clear, Hamas, the Houthis, Iran, all those who seek to terrorize not just Israel, but also the United States of America will see a price to pay. All hell will break loose. And all of the terrorists in the Middle East, again, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Iranian-backed terror proxies, and Iran themselves should take President Trump very seriously when he says he is not afraid to stand for law-abiding people. He is not afraid to stand up for the United States of America and our friend and our ally Israel. And we know that these successful defensive strikes that took place over the weekend against the Houthis in the Red Sea were indeed successful. We took out some of their leaders, and the Defense Department is set to continue with this campaign if the Houthis continue with their retaliatory measures. The president is going to stand for the navigation, freedom of navigation of our seas, which is a very basic principle that unfortunately the previous administration refused to stand for, and that's why we are in this mess in the Middle East in the first place. President Trump inherited a lot of problems, Sean, because of the incompetence and the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration, but he is focused on fixing them, and our allies and our adversaries better take him seriously.
So if you're Trump and you have to fill out the, 5 things to Elon Musk, okay, I handled bringing the astronauts home that had been stranded. They were supposed to be there about a week, and they've been there 9 months. Elon went and got them with SpaceX. They're on their way home. So astronauts are almost home, so we can hopefully check that off by 6 o'clock tonight. What else? Can we name 5? Dealing with trying to bring the hostages home. We know the 24 are hopefully still alive. Bring the hostages home, end the Mideast crisis. Talk to Putin today and begin the ceasefire. What's number 5? 855-839-1210. The 5 things Trump just did within less than 24 hours. Think about what is on his plate. I don't know if you've ever had a job where you inherited somebody else's mess or somebody's cleanup, but this is the ultimate one, and Caroline Levitt is exactly right. Listen, Emily Kopp, investigative reporter, you want to hear what she has to say. She's an incredible investigative reporter coming right up with the Daily Caller. You want to hear what she has to say about COVID. This is the Dawn Stensland Show. I appreciate you being here. Be right back.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Backed by popular demand, it's the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 33% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, because that's my lawn care company. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater April 5th. Proceeds support the Abington Police Foundation and St. Luke's School. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Tasty Cake has a treat for every Joan. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day?
If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I want to introduce you to a good cop. This is Emily Kopp, investigative reporter who covers the origins of COVID-19 as well as biosafety, okay? And her investigative work has been featured in major national publications as well, of course. You know her from the Daily Caller. But as we talk about COVID 5 years later, what we've learned and what we now know, and we certainly wish we knew then what we know now, but what Emily Kopp is investigating is, the ties of those championing the status quo at NIH. One of her latest pieces. Want to welcome in Emily Kopp. Good morning, Emily.
Good morning, Dawn. Great to be with you.
Absolutely. Take me through, if you would, Emily, your latest piece, with the Daily Caller News Foundation, as you do this investigative work. And it's so important. I mean, people, seriously, investigative work in general, transparency, it's all important. But on this one, it's obviously emotional for people. Everybody lost somebody. Everybody had a grandparent, a loved one in a hospital, a nursing home, kids banned from schools, people losing jobs. We want answers. And Emily Kopp is trying to unveil what really happened during COVID and as well at our government levels. And I would say to you, Emily, what you're doing in many parts is restoring trust, because that's what we need. We need the investigations. We need the transparency so that we can begin to trust our institutions once again. So can you take us through, if you would, your investigation?
Absolutely. Yeah. And thank you for your kind words and for touching on that. At this point, I've devoted years of my life to investigating NIH and other public health agencies precisely because they so deeply betrayed our trust during COVID. And I think sunlight is the best disinfectant, and transparency is necessary for us to hold wrongdoers accountable and begin to rebuild that trust. In this latest piece, I profiled the familial ties between Rep. Jake Auchincloss and this corrupt status quo in science and medicine that we have today. Auchincloss came across my radar when this monologue he gave at an Energy and Commerce Committee hearing went viral, in which he defended unchecked NIH funding with little oversight from Congress or the executive branch via DOJ, because to hear him tell it, sometimes research that leads to silly places can eventually result in a breakthrough. But Auchincloss has this major elephant in the room, conflict of interest. His father, Hugh Auchincloss, was Anthony Fauci's number 2 right hand at the NIH for nearly 2 decades. And the elder Auchincloss was among the first people that Fauci contacted within hours of learning that the genome of COVID bore signatures of lab engineering, and that his institute had underwritten coronavirus engineering projects at the pandemic's epicenter at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Fauci wrote to the elder Auchincloss, Jake Auchincloss's father, at 1 a.m. and said that he had tasks that must be done. And when the elder Auchincloss was asked by congressional investigators years later what those tasks were, he said he couldn't recall. But it is clear that the elder Auchincloss was tasked with investigating whether the gain-of-function research that was exported by Fauci's institute had undergone the proper checks through what's called the Potential Pandemic Pathogen Committee that is supposed to review the riskiest gain-of-function research. And it soon became clear to Hugh Auchincloss, Jake's dad, and to Fauci that it hadn't gone through the proper checks. And I think that might contribute to the fact that Fauci, for years, even under oath, denied the idea that this was gain-of-function research, even though it was referred to internally at NIH as gain-of-function research. And that's not where Rep. Jake Auchincloss's conflicts of interest end with the NIH. His mother, Lori Glimcher, was the CEO of the world-famous Dana-Farber Cancer Institute until it was discovered that many of the leaders of that institute, including Glimcher herself, had co-authored papers with apparent image manipulations and duplications. And sleuths who uncover scientific misconduct often say that these sorts of manipulations often indicate scientific fraud. These papers, including the ones co-written by Glimcher, Jake Auchincloss's mother, were underwritten by our taxpayer funding via NIH and have been cited thousands of times, sometimes for 20 years, before the fraud was exposed and the papers were corrected or retracted. So it's really no surprise that Rep. Auchincloss would defend the corrupt status quo at the NIH. It served his family very well, and it served him personally very well, as his parents have donated around $200,000 to his various campaigns.
And so in this one, great job as you tie this together. And I look, I know that it's not the Auchincloss and the mother and the brother. And so this is why I love the Daily Caller, and I love your work, Emily Kopp. You can follow her, by the way, at Emily A. Kopp. But you tie together the fact that, for example, there's some criticism, as you point out, of Elon Musk and Doge, and that it's one and the same person. And so you weave this together very artfully in your piece, your most recent and all your pieces, but weaving together the politics behind some of this and where these individuals stand. And this by the same people that often say, well, the science should never be politicized or weaponized politically. And so can you talk to that as far as who was criticizing Doge and in particular Elon Musk?
Yeah, I mean, I think we see a lot of highfalutin language in the media right now about how important the work is at NIH. And of course, much of it is very important and critical. But there are also really perverse incentives at NIH that tend to reward insiders who uphold the status quo. We saw that during the pandemic because there were these cult of personalities around Fauci and even NIH Director Francis Collins, and anyone who deviated from the top-down narrative about infectious diseases or about where the pandemic came from really didn't have any leeway to speak their mind. And that's not what we want among our nation's top scientists. We want them to be able to freely debate important issues. And so a lot of the NIH funding tends to go towards a single hypothesis within a discipline. Doesn't go to people who challenge that hypothesis, and
which is the basis of science, right?
Absolutely,
that's what it's all about. Hey, real quick here, let me just hold that thought for 1 second. Dan has a good example of Auchincloss speaking.
I represent Massachusetts. We do healthcare, and in the last week alone, I've spoken to a physician at the Veterans Affairs Agency in Boston, where they are facing drastic cuts that will affect care for veterans, psychological and physical. I've spoken to a pediatric oncologist who's scrambling with telehealth issues for her patients who are children. I've spoken to Medicaid experts here in the state who are deeply concerned about cuts to at-home care should the Medicaid cuts go through Congress. The federal government, it's not Twitter, right? You can't move fast and break things, and all that ends up getting scrambled is software code. This is real people's lives. This is veterans. This is children who are sick. This is our senior citizens who need at-home care. And the approach that Elon Musk is taking is cruel and it's counterproductive, because had they tried to work with Democrats, we also want to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. I can give them a list of priorities at the Department of Defense, for example, and elsewhere, that we could have sat down in good faith and hammered through. But this approach challenges the constitutional separation of powers, and it makes people's lives more expensive and less healthy.
So, I just am curious what your reaction is to that comment. Maybe you find it rich. What do you think about, Auchincloss making that comment?
I think the congressman needs to look in the mirror. He wouldn't have a political career if it wasn't for his parents giving him $200,000 for his various campaigns, and much of that money was underwritten through taxpayer dollars via the NIH. Some of it went to fraud, apparent fraud, via his mother's cancer research. He says that what Doge is doing is cruel, but what's cruel is to allow unchecked corruption in our federal government that delays cures to cancer because we have egomaniacs like his mother who defraud the American taxpayers and who put out fake research papers that delay any progress on cancer research. Another good example of this is in Alzheimer's research. We've devoted billions of dollars and 20 years to a hypothesis around amyloid plaques that turned out to be in large part fraudulent based on papers that are only 20 years later being retracted. So what Democrats like Auchincloss are calling for is just funnel, all of this money to our federal agencies with very little oversight, and eventually we'll get a cure for cancer. That's not how it works. We need to root out the fraud. And again, he would not have a political career if it wasn't for the very systems of fraud and perverse incentives at our nation's public health agencies, namely NIH. So it's just a massive conflict of interest. I think Democrats, if they want to make this point, should put out a better spokesperson than Fauci's number two's son.
Yeah. And when you look at this, Emily, what do you think as far as this administration, investigations, some of them bipartisan, hopefully moving forward, but how do we, root out this distrust and root out that kind of fraud? And are you seeing a change with the change of administration as far as exposing the fraud and then step two, dealing with this to make sure that no administration can be involved in this again?
I'm optimistic. I mean, we have in Jay Bhattacharya, someone at the head of NIH now, who has condemned during his confirmation hearing the deliberate suppression of the lab leak theory, for example, and the way that virologists who had a professional stake in diverting attention away from the Wuhan Institute of Virology because they had collaborated with the Wuhan Institute of Virology or were writing papers in collaboration with Fauci to divert attention away from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The way that those virologists misled millions of people, that's something that he has said is a disgrace. And so, RFK obviously has said similar things. So I think you have people in leadership in this administration who are devoted to transparency and to uncovering what went wrong with COVID so that we can reestablish trust. And I think it remains to be seen whether they make good on those promises, and I certainly intend to hold them to account if there isn't greater transparency. But yeah, I'm optimistic.
Do you have any updates on what I know you had reported on this and talked about this a couple of years ago, about a year and a half ago, on DEFUSE, diffuse, and what you called a blueprint for the creation of COVID, and talked about this risky virology that was supposed to take place in the States. And I know that you had reported on that and some of the coding and code words. And any update on that at all, Emily?
Oh, you're in the weeds on this issue. I love
know.
It. Yes.
Sorry.
No, I love it. So the diffuse proposal was a grant proposal submitted to DARPA in 2018 by this organization called Eco Health Alliance, which served as a conduit and intermediary between NIH and the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and this University of North Carolina virologist named Ralph Barrick, who is probably the world's leading expert on cutting-edge coronavirus engineering work. And what they proposed is inserting fear and cleavage sites at the S1, S2 boundary of spike proteins of SARS-related coronaviruses that have spike proteins approximately 20% different than that of SARS. So the idea was that they were trying to find the next SARS virus, SARS 2.0. What happens, a year and a half later, SARS-CoV-2, which sounds a lot like SARS 2.0, emerges from Wuhan, the very lab where they were going to subcontract this work, and it has a spike protein approximately 20% different than SARS, and it has a fear and cleavage site at the S1, S2 boundary. So what some scientists say is that if you had patented what was described in this research proposal, SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19, would infringe upon that patent. And what I helped uncover via FOIA is that the researchers who were doing this work in the margins of the drafts of this grant proposal had said, we're going to downplay the involvement of China because we don't want to spook the Pentagon, who were their intended funders, and we might be growing these unpredictable novel coronaviruses in a relatively high level of biosecurity in the U.S., but they'll be growing them in a relatively low biosecurity level in China, but we shouldn't tell our Pentagon funders. So they were exporting this very high-risk work that very closely matches the SARS-CoV-2 genome in Wuhan. And so a lot of us have questions about that grant proposal, why the researchers didn't freely disclose it, why it had to be leaked by a whistleblower, and then why I had to kind of submit a FOIA request for more documents further illustrating this grant proposal. And the head of Eco Health Alliance, Peter Daszak, who is now debarred from federal funding because the U.S. government, even under Biden, thought this guy is not a trustworthy steward of taxpayer dollars. He assured us for years that the work described in this proposal was set to be done in the U.S. under a high biosafety level, and the records that I uncovered revealed that to be not true. They intended to mislead the Pentagon and to export it to Wuhan at a low biosafety level. You're savvy and you know these things, but the degree to which this information has reached the broader American public, I'm not totally sure. But I think it's necessary in order for us to get accountability, get transparency, and once again, rebuild trust in our health institutions.
How much did it mean to you, Emily Kopp, that the New York Times, huge opinion page, we were badly misled about the event that changed our lives? How much did that piece mean to you in the New York friggin' Times, as we say?
Yeah, it's always, great to see my work cited in the New York Times, however belatedly. I think this op-ed over the weekend acknowledged the reality that many of us have been privy to for years, that many of our trusted messengers, the public health leaders and virologists who we put our faith in when the pandemic first emerged, and we knew very little about infectious diseases or R0s or fear and cleavage sites, those trusted messengers betrayed our trust. And I give the op-ed writer major credit in that she doesn't say, oh, the science evolved on the lab leak theory. She accurately says, citing some of my reporting, that we were deliberately misled by the people who had a professional stake in the high-risk coronavirology that was going on in Wuhan. And they tried to keep that research a secret, and when they couldn't keep it a secret, they stigmatized any discussion of it as a crank conspiracy theory, smeared journalists and even members of Congress, like Senator Tom Cotton, who took it seriously. And I think it's only through the dedication of a select group of researchers that the New York Times is belatedly acknowledging we were lied to. And so yeah, it's really validating. I think better late than never. So.
Amen. Well, listen, I hope that you come back and we continue the conversation. A lot of people on social media, Emily, saying You deserve a Pulitzer. I agree. And maybe we pull the Pulitzer away from, New York Times, among others, but I believe that you deserve that. You've done incredible work. And as somebody who went to journalism school, and I tried it, my youngest son in high school, he wants to be a journalist. And I think you give us all faith that true investigative journalist is not dead. It's just evolving. And so thank you for your great work. Emily A. Kopp, really appreciate you.
Very kind. Thank you so much.
Oh, 100%. Come back. Emily A. Kopp. Make sure you follow her and comment. But yeah, and she was cute. She said, let me read it. She says, thank you to the New York Times she said something like, for putting letting little old me eat your lunch on the story of a century. And so that after the opinion piece by the NYT.
What's your thoughts on the reason why there isn't investigative reporting by the big organizations such as New York Times? Is it lack of staffing, or is it intentionality that you just don't want to know the answers?
I think it is. Well, first of all, it's a big deal that they're quoting her essentially and giving kudos to science reporters like Emily, so that's good. But they're embarrassed, Dan.
Shouldn't they themselves have a person on staff that's doing what Emily? Like they're one of the biggest news services in the country, and one of the backbones of news is investigations, and they're instead outsourcing and third-party reporting on other reporters, great reporters like Emily. But it's sad. Mm-hmm. It's a sad state of news that New York Times themselves aren't doing these studies or hiring Emily to do them for them.
Well, and that's just it. So it's on one hand, it's disappointing to think of so-called, the institutions. Everything's turned upside down on its head. But I will say, in our free market society, as we read more, as we find out more information, as far as journalism, I think that Emily A. Kopp is a good example of Kopp with a K, is a good example of why journalism is not dead. And the free market takes care of itself. And by the way, Dan, to your very point, this is why CNN looks bad. They look like smacked you-know-whats, because they pay all of these people, MSNBC, ABC, NBC, all these places. They pay people tens of millions of dollars. And what have they done?
It's crazy.
Right? And so, the point of all of this, in my humble opinion, is that this kind of work just shows you that on one hand, we need investigative, independent journalists to do their jobs. But also, we need those bipartisan politicians on both sides of the aisle to look at all of this and make sure that we rework these so-called institutions, NIH, the CDC, all of them, and everywhere, that we make sure no matter who's in charge, whether it's Republicans, whether it's Democrats, whether it's some other party, no matter who wins elections, there are some things that I think we should make sure, we should guarantee that we have laws that make anything other than transparency illegal. So I don't even know, okay, honestly, did these individuals, are we going to be able to prove that Fauci and all these individuals broke the law? I don't know that they broke the law. The problem is we need the laws to allow total transparency. Do you know what I'm saying? And until we have those laws, we're all, well, we're in the dark.
I'm Senator Tom Cotton talking to new NIH Director Jay Bhattacharya, talking about the lab leak theory and the situation that happened there. Take a listen.
He had no evidence to suggest that was the case. This was, in fact, a piece of purist propaganda.
Let me pause right there and just mention that Tom Cotton's saying that the fact that the lab leak was kind of shoved under the rug was pure propaganda.
Mm-hmm. He has since had many of his research products withdrawn from peer-reviewed journals because he hasn't followed appropriate peer-reviewed standards. This effort, this propaganda effort, and that paper, as you remember, was used as the basis of government-directed censorship to those in the scientific community, like yourself, to millions of ordinary Americans. The net effect of this was a tremendous loss in confidence by the American people in the NIH and in our public health officials. You and I have discussed the vital importance of restoring some of that credibility. Talk to us about how you see going about doing that.
Senator, that episode is a low point in the history of science. The top officials of the NIH abused their position to hide support for research that may have caused the pandemic. And I commit to making sure that all of the activities of the NIH, not just backwards but going forward, are transparent and open to the American people and to Congress. That's vitally important for the future of the NIH and for the future of science itself.
And was that Jay? Was that Dr. Bhattacharya? Who was that speaking?
Yeah, that was Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. Yeah.
Think about this. What do I always say? We're always getting played. We got played. So think about the fact that all of this was used, and we felt it in real time, right? We started to feel it, and we're going, uh-oh. And Trump, at the point when he said, oh, we're going to reopen, by Easter, we're all good to go. And then Trump started to realize that, they're using this, and they're using this big time. So they were willing, all of us, our lives, our children, our dead grandparents, right? All collateral damage, our entire economy, your business, cops, firefighters, first responders, nurses, you name it. We were all collateral damage, as well as opening the borders, right? Letting all of these unknown people from where, God knows where, come into the country to make sure that they flooded the country with blue. That was what blue voters, that was what they hoped. All of this, we got played. And then think about this. Who knew that we were getting played? So China, they looked over here and they went, man, they're so stupid. They're getting played. See what I'm saying? And then they doubled down on it because we look like a bunch of little children having our ice cream just stolen from us. We got played, and we need to make sure that this never happens again. I'm amazed, quite frankly, that the Democrats even have 20% approval in the poll. This is a disaster for the Democrat Party, who owns this as to what they did to us. They damaged us, and they did it on purpose. 855-839-1210.
John's got a great point, but we're going to have to take a break here before we get to him. I just want to tease. Coming up after the break, we'll hear from John, who wants to continue the conversation there, Dawn.
We will, John. Thank you so much. But can I just talk about the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and so much more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive. Do this and schedule the test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. You can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. TrustPJ.com today. That's TrustPJ.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth-checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So will the Department of Justice under President Trump try to boot the judge questioning the Trump deportations? That's one of the headlines. It's CNBC, but whatever. And as well, President Trump reportedly calling for the impeachment of that judge. So that's in the headlines this morning. Trump reigning in all of the latest polls. Huge approval rating. Democrats not so much. J.D. Vance about to speak. Will Putin and Trump have their phone call? When does that happen? Remember, the window TikTok is closing because it was supposed to be between 9 and 11. But we have Jonathan calling in, wanted to comment on Emily Kopp, our good cop, investigative reporter. Hey, Jonathan.
Good morning, guys. Dan asked a question as to why some of these large media outlets won't report things, and two things came to my mind. One is the reporter themselves doesn't want to lose access to an institution or an agency or a business, and two, the corporate higher-ups will squash it. So I can think of an example of one is in 2007, the Wall Street Journal had evidence that essentially all these banks were fraudulent in the whole subprime mortgage thing, and they didn't even report it or even try to investigate it because of the fact that they felt they were going to lose access to like J.P. Morgan Chase and all of their sources there. So that's an example of a reporter self-censoring. And then two would be Amy Roebuck at ABC when she was told not to follow Prince Andrew.
Yes.
She had the information, and then the higher-ups at ABC went, nope, you're not reporting on this. So most likely the reason why a lot of these news outlets didn't do stuff during COVID is either A, fear of losing contact with people, their sources, or B, higher-ups going, we're not gonna let this roll. And I think people kind of don't understand that there's an incentive here, and if you don't have your ability to talk to people, you lose your ability to report.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Jonathan, on all of those things. And I will say at the local level, if you ever notice, there are not many local news stories, investigations on car dealerships. Do you ever notice that?
Right.
Why is that? Because that's the number one financier, advertiser on especially television stations, right? Those are the big. So anything, and I've been at stations where the investigative unit did something on a dealership, and boom, they put the kibosh on it. Nope, can't do that investigative report. So you're absolutely right. I will say at another level, though, there's something else that's behind this, and that is the political intimidation. In other words, these different groups, whether it's the New York Times, whether it's CBS News, some more than others, are impacted by the fact that if you work inside a newsroom, which I have in a TV newsroom my entire adult life, I mean, since I was 18 years old, I worked in newsrooms either as an associate producer, even in college. I can tell you that the vast majority, more than 85% of the people are not Republicans. They are not conservatives. That's the reality. And it's been that way a long, long time. The differences over the years, and when I was in the business, when I got into the business, and then I worked my way up as a news anchor, and a co-anchor realized, he was a mentor, realized that I was a conservative, and he said, Dawn, make sure that nobody knows your political leaning. That's my advice, or you won't be an anchor much longer. So that's how I can tell you that from a television news Emmy award-winning career.
I will say
you know
that,
what I mean?
That might be true that there are a lot of liberals on there, but there are also liberals who are journalists like Matt Taibbi, who are pretty good, who will call people
excellent.
out. And if you still talk about pressure he received when he worked at networks. So there are people who are of the liberal bent, who are journalists, who either have a fear of, I'm going to lose my access to be able to do my job with this organization, or just flat out higher-ups going, you're done.
Yeah.
Like, you're not talking about this. And that's a large reason why I think all of these corporations just didn't cover anything with COVID.
Yeah.
Is because there's a fear of reprisals from agencies or just the corporation that is being funded by a lot of drug companies and drug commercials.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jonathan, you're right on the money. I really appreciate you. And you're exactly right about Matt Taibbi. He's somebody who, if people think, you can't read his stuff because he's not a conservative or he's not a Republican, Jonathan's exactly right. That somebody like Taibbi, an investigative journalist, and let us not forget that when he was testifying, that wasn't so long ago, remember? The IRS, was it Matt Taibbi who showed up at his door? And then, oh my God, who was the person who lost his gig, who lost his anchor gig at like MSNBC? Do you guys remember this? Who put Matt, it was kind of a hit job. And because Matt Taibbi is, I think if you've read his books, he is that investigative journalist.
Wasn't that Mehdi Hassan?
Yes, thank you. Mm-hmm. That dirtbag. What a total scumbag. So it was a real hit job. And he had it all orchestrated, to really put Matt on the spot. My husband and I watched it. We're like, oh, because it was really dirty. Because he, Matt just came in, thought this was an honest conversation, and it was the whole thing was a hit job, which was a sin. But I will say this as well. When you have a journalism degree, you have a liberal arts degree. So that liberal word, that's why I'm careful. If you notice, I won't say necessarily liberal or Democrat as much as I'll say now. What I say is progressive. Because if you have a liberal, right? If you have a liberal arts degree, if you think in a liberal way, that's not evil. That's not bad. You have to have this open mind to cover everything.
Well, people don't even understand the definitions of those words, and that's a longer conversation that we don't have time for.
Well, Jonathan, I love hearing from you. Thank you for calling in. Really appreciate you. I love it.
Great.
Yeah, it was great. Thanks, Dan.
Do you want to go back in time to when Hassan really just raked Taibbi over the coals and didn't let him talk?
This is this is dirty.
It was again about the Twitter files.
It's dirty.
That's what the emails show that you posted. They don't demand anything, do they?
Everybody knows.
You didn't, Matt. That's the problem. But you outlined which ones the Biden team did. Well, maybe you should ask yourself why it is you didn't have it. Of what you want later.
I don't have to accuse them.
So it sounds like you are. Out of interest, Matt, you say it yourself. Those are your words in the Twitter files.
So that's a compilation of times throughout the interview where he wouldn't let Matt talk.
Yeah, he wouldn't let him speak. He had everything teed up, all of the audio and the visuals, and just sort of bombarded him. And it was as far as television goes, that was one of the dirtiest hit pieces by a real scumbag who was taking on somebody who is a great investigative journalist, but Matt Taibbi is not necessarily that TV guy, that slick talker. That's what I kind of love about him. You know what I mean? That he's authentic. It's really obvious.
CISA, CISA, a Homeland Security agency, with the Center for Internet Security, the CIS, which is a non-profit. In fact, you added an A to CIS. I think people can see it there in brackets to make that false claim. It's just error after error, Matt, on just this one topic.
Error. But the other ones aren't. The 22 million number came from their own report?
Yeah, where did it came from a report in March. Do you know what the 22 million number is, Matt? Can you tell me? Because we checked. 22 million is the number of tweets about election misinformation.
See, right there, I just want to be like, and have Jonathan, Dan, and I, and we could be in the crowd when Matt does something like that to go, you're a loser. You know, the guy just is so honest. He's like, yeah, I made a typo, but I had this incredible investigative piece and everything else was 100%. You know, I stand behind it. I did have he had a typo. As if loser Mehdi, didn't he lose his job? Didn't he lose his gig? He got no ratings. Didn't he lose his gig? Didn't he get dethroned over there? And then he was devastated because he lived to get his mug on TV.
Yeah, where is Mehdi?
Is
he still
loser.
on?
No, I thought he was demoted.
Is he?
That was just scummy.
He was canceled in November of 2023.
Boom. Because he's a loser.
And when was
that?
That was April of 2023.
He should be on The View with the women interrupting each other. That's what he sounds like. Just like nasty, negative energy and trying to take down somebody who he could only wish that he had the talent and investigative smarts and chops like Matt Taibbi. Boom. So there. We have to take a break now.
We do, yeah.
Like, you got me at a tangent. Dan and Jonathan, you got me all fired up. But we've got a great guest around the corner. Oh my gosh, breaking news around the corner as well. Be right back.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs.
Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay. Of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/deal and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello? Can you hear me now? Can you imagine if they had phone connection trouble between Putin and Trump? So supposedly the phone call is happening, and they made their little window. Remember, the window was 9 to 11. In just a second, we're going to talk about Trump, the phone call, what we know, and we'll get to MAGA already looking to anoint Vance for 2028. That's one of the headlines with the Veep, J.D. Vance, and where he is right now in speaking. I want you to do something, and this is important as we move forward. We're going to hear from Linda Kearns, right? She's going to be live with us on Friday for our incredible Travis Manion event, the Thon, as we say. But I want you to do something right now. I want you to do something. Have you done this, Dan?
It's just called the Thon.
The Thon. It's the Thon, and I'm wearing my
Thon,
thong.
thon, thon.
I'll have a thong underneath for the Thon. So think about the thong. See, you know how Dom you always have he wears a t-shirt, he always gets a Dom t-shirt. I think I should get undergarments.
Okay.
The thong. What do you think?
I can be down with it.
We'd have to get the TMF people to approve of that. They may not. I love to be a little silly. In case you're,
The Thon song is
the
what
Thon,
we're listening to.
the thong song. But I seriously want you to do something because my friends at Broad and Liberty, do you know what they have? They have their own app. It's the Politics PA app. Some of their headlines that they're covering: federal cuts to some of the CISA programs make elections less secure. Pennsylvania's Al Schmidt, that is what Al Schmidt, the Schmitter, not really, is alleging. Then we have another one that says Shapiro and the White House are at odds, really, because their meeting did go well initially. What about good policy? Is there a good policy to fight against Trump? That from one Democrat. And all of these issues of, you can check who's running for county courts of common pleas, the education department cuts. How does that impact us in Pennsylvania? So all of this moving forward, even a little Fetterman news sprinkled in. Picking a fight with our friends between Trump and Shapiro. Is that really happening? So Politics PA, just downloaded the app. It's really easy. It's free. I'm showing it to my friends on YouTube if you're watching. So make sure that you do that because we have to think about politics in PA and you've got to know everything. And we'll get to the local stuff. All right, Dan Borowski.
Yep.
You're on, baby.
Yeah, so I got two ways to go here. We got Elon Musk talking about the comparison of Doge and what he's talking about to none other than Barack Obama. Or I have just hot off the presses, we have J.D. Vance, who was speaking at the American Dynamism Summit, talking about globalization, the problems with globalization.
Let's start with J.D. Vance, the Veep, and then we'll go to Elon.
Two conceits that our leadership class had when it came to globalization. The first is assuming that we can separate the making of things from the design of things. The idea of globalization was that rich countries would move further up the value chain while the poor countries made the simpler things. You would open an iPhone box and it would say designed in Cupertino, California. Now the implication, of course, is that it would be manufactured in Shenzhen or somewhere else. And yeah, some people might lose their jobs in manufacturing, but they could learn to design, or to use a very popular phrase, learn to code. But I think we got it wrong. It turns out that the geographies that do the manufacturing get awfully good at the designing of things. There are network effects, as you all well understand. The firms that design products work with firms that manufacture. They share intellectual property, they share best practices, and they even sometimes share critical employees. Now, we assume that other nations would always trail us in the value chain, but it turns out that as they got better at the low end of the value chain, they also started catching up on the higher end. We were squeezed from both ends. Now, that was the first conceit of globalization. I think the second is that cheap labor is fundamentally a crutch, and it's a crutch that inhibits innovation. I might even say that it's a drug that too many American firms got addicted to. Now, if you can make a product more cheaply, it's far too easy to do that rather than to innovate. And whether we were offshoring factories to cheap labor economies or importing cheap labor through our immigration system, cheap labor became the drug of Western economies. And I'd say that if you look in nearly every country from Canada to the UK that imported large amounts of cheap labor, you've seen productivity stagnate. I don't think that's not a total happenstance. I think that the connection is very direct. Now, one of the debates you hear on the minimum wage, for instance, is that increases in the minimum wage force firms to automate. So a higher wage at McDonald's means more kiosks. And whatever your views on the wisdom of the minimum wage, I'm not going to comment on that here. Companies innovating in the absence of cheap labor is a good thing. I think most of you are not worried about getting cheaper and cheaper labor. You're worried about innovating, about building new things, about the old formulation of technology is doing more with less. You guys are all trying to do more with less every single day. And so I'd ask my friends, both on the tech optimist side and on the populist side, not to see the failure of the logic of globalization as a failure of innovation. Indeed, I'd say that globalization's hunger for cheap labor is a problem precisely because it's been bad for innovation. Both our working people, our populists, and our innovators gathered here today have the same enemy.
Now, your thoughts on that speech, you have to know your audience, and I think J.D. Vance knows his audience. So he's speaking, and this is just this morning. Those are his remarks. He spoke for, I think, about 20 minutes, and he delivered these remarks at the American Dynamic Summit. So these are all individuals, highbrow audience, laser-focused audience, as they look at, what is dynamic and creating that dynamic, that energy for this country to make America great again. That's what I sense here. But, yeah, they need to produce him a little bit. They need to have Dan Borowski, little...
He is very boring, isn't he?
It was, well, but the reason, I let it go, I thought about interrupting it, but what he said, because I think, in truth, I think all of us, we're interested in that, right? That was highbrow. That's J.D. Vance, right? So I believe that you were good with that because it was eloquent. It was very specific. It was a well-written speech. And he's talking about the fact that we've let this go and why we're in the trouble that we are with the situation. But I'll just point out to you that that's not J.D. Vance at a rally. That's not J.D. Vance running for re-election or whatever. He's speaking to people who want to hear what he has to say about, yes, coming up with the ideas and being the idea people, but as well keeping the jobs here. And so I'm just saying.
I mean, it's so dry, but he did continue, and he talked directly to these individuals who their dynamism, heads, leaders, thought leaders in the country, and they a lot of them are speaking negatively about the tariffs, what they might do to their individual companies. So it takes a big backbone and some chutzpah to defend the tariffs in front of this kind of crowd, which he did. But man, is it dry. Do you want to hear it, Dawn?
A little bit.
We believe that tariffs are a necessary tool to protect our jobs and our industries from other countries, as well as the labor value of our workers in a globalized market. In fact, combined with the right technology, they allow us to bring jobs back to the United States of America and create the jobs of the future. Just look in the past few months at the auto industry as an important example. When you erect a tariff wall around a critical industry like auto manufacturing, and you combine that with advanced robotics and lower energy costs and other tools that increase the productivity of U.S. labor, you give American workers a multiplying effect. Now that, in turn, allows firms to make things here at a price-competitive basis. Our president gets that, which is why last month we posted 9,000 new auto jobs after many, many years of stagnation or even decline in the auto sector. It's why, just weeks in, we already have new plant or production announcements from Honda, from Hyundai, and Stellantis worth billions of dollars and thousands of additional jobs on top of the ones that were already created.
So the American Dynamism, the summit that they have every year, the audience, just so that you understand, aerospace, defense, these are all founders and investors in these companies. So everything from aerospace, defense, safety, education, and yes, manufacturing. What strikes me about this, and I'll get your take around the corner, we have a great guest coming up that Dan has also booked, but what strikes me about him is that he has this depth, if you will, and the breadth of somebody who can, at one point, talk about Meemaw and appeal to the people who've read his book or seen the movie Hillbilly Elegy. He has a personable way about him with his wife, his young kids. He's great on a debate stage. He's great with Trump. And so he's very, if you were looking at him like as a Philadelphia Eagle, if you're Howie Roseman, right, in the world of politics, you're looking at this guy and you're saying, this guy is so flexible. And this guy can play multiple positions. He has that ability because, remember, he's young, he's highbrow, he can speak to the aerospace or defense, founder of a big billion-dollar company. But at the same time, he really relates due to his humble roots. He can talk to the so-called every man or every woman. And I think that's what makes him different, and that's what makes him a lethal weapon in the world of politics. And it's why lately there's something my teenage sons have said, oh, look, but this is funny, Mom. It's harmless. What are they doing to J.D. Vance online? And
the memes?
Yep. Look at you.
Oh, I know him. Yeah. He's tried to take him back. He's posting some of himself.
Let's so let's show that on YouTube. Let's describe him. Let's talk about him. Why is it that they're going after him? It's because of his stealthy, high flexibility abilities. They're worried about him. We'll be right back.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's gotta be fresh, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months. Or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Are you prepared for the next emergency? Hi, this is Jessica with C. Crane. It is important to prepare ahead of time before the power goes out with a radio that works without electricity. In our fast-paced world, staying informed is essential. Whether you're facing an unforeseen natural disaster, or simply desire a reliable, high-quality radio, the CC Radio Solar with Bluetooth becomes a necessity. With its built-in oversized solar panel and wind-up, fold-out crank, this radio can keep going long after power is gone. You'll always be informed of the latest conditions with the NOAA Weather Band and Weather Alert. With its superior reception and voice-focused audio, you can enjoy your favorite radio shows or easily connect via Bluetooth to listen to your favorite podcasts or music. You can get the CC Radio Solar by calling C. Crane at 800-522-8863 or by visiting us online at ccrane.com. Once again, that's CCRANE.com.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition?
That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
The Don Stenslin Show. Don Stenslin live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
People in our country illegally can self-deport the easy way, or they can get deported the hard way, and that's not pleasant. The Biden administration exploited the CBP-1 app to allow more than 1 million aliens to illegally enter the United States. Now my administration is launching the CBP Home app to give people in our country illegally an easy way to leave now and self-deport voluntarily. If they do, they could potentially have the opportunity to return legally at some point in the future. But if they do not avail themselves of this opportunity, then they will be found, they will be deported, and they will never be admitted again to the United States.
So that's it from Trump today. He's saying self-deport or else. But this is the app that the Biden people put out that we know had really helped. The allegation about this app and the sin that we paid for this thing, A. B, that the app was helping people come into this country, and the allegation was they could avoid or avert some of the standing in line, some of the rules, right? You could just jump in line, call it the jump and skip ahead of all the people that have been standing in line legally, so that they could, cut in line. It was the cut in line in app for illegals. I'm just saying. So we have a lot of Trump news. Reportedly, Trump and Putin are amid their phone call that was supposed to start before 11. Reportedly, it did. So we will await word from the Trump team as far as that one goes. And Dan has just booked our next guest. Should we bring her in? Is this Laura? Is this Laura Rees?
Yeah, this is Laura Rees.
Right now? Okay.
Fantastic guest. Director of Border Security and Immigration Center at the Heritage Foundation.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Laura, I wasn't sure if you were there quite yet, so we appreciate you coming in last minute to talk about this, and especially with the app, what's going on. And so can you take us through, first of all, can you update us on what's happening right now as far as, let's start here, about illegals coming into this country.
Yes, well, the numbers are way down under Trump, and that's a good thing. He's doing exactly what he promised. With respect to the app, this is something that CBP rolled out in the fall of 2020 for customs purposes. It was for trucks to have their cargo inspected and kind of to make an appointment ahead of time with CBP. So then the Biden administration comes in, opens the border, and the numbers of encounters at the border skyrocket. And when the optics were getting bad, Alejandro Mayorkas, then Secretary of Homeland Security, created a shell game. And he told would-be illegal aliens, stop crossing the border between the ports of entry, use this new CBP Mobile One application, make an appointment at a port of entry, and we will mass parole you into the country. And what he was doing was completely bypassing the visa process or the refugee admissions program, and basically scheduling illegal entries. So then he could say, look, the numbers between the ports have dropped. But it was just a shell game. It was completely deceitful, and it was one of the many reasons he was impeached for it.
Yeah, and so when we think about, and I know that in the past you've said there is a pathway, how we do deport as many as 10 million illegals from this country. A lot of people said that's crazy. This is rhetoric. This is ridiculous. There are some pundits in the media who say, well, that's ridiculous. There aren't 10 or 20 million people who came here illegally. So I just, as somebody who, you're the former director of Border Security and Immigration, I just wonder, Laura Rees, if you could take us through that. First of all, the numbers who are here, the numbers being deported, and is it possible to deport that many millions of people who came here illegally?
Sure. Well, with respect to the numbers, pre-Biden, the number of estimated illegal aliens residing here was always 11 million, year after year after year after year, which made many people question that number. Like, how can it not budge, go up or down every year? And one study put out by Yale in 2019, estimated that maybe it was really more around 20 million illegal aliens. Again, this is pre-Biden. Now, during the Biden administration, CBP reported that it encountered 11 million inadmissible aliens during those 4 years. And Secretary Mayorkas admitted that they were processing into the country at one point at least 85% of those encounters. When you add to that another at least 2 million known gotaways, people who evaded the Border Patrol, then we're talking another 10, 11 million just during the Biden years. And so if you take the pre-Biden number of 11 million, you add another 11 million, we're at least 20 million living here illegally estimated. That doesn't even account for the known gotaways.
And so what do you, from your perspective, which is a unique perspective, Laura, can you take us through this argument about using the Alien Enemies Act of 1798? It was last used. World War II, we think of, and all we hear about is Japanese internment camps. And that seems to be the conversation, the talking point that CNN and MSNBC and all these more left-leaning networks, obviously, that they're debating. So first of all, I want to point out the bias in media when that's happening, number one. And number two, the effort to deport these individuals on a flight, and then the battle with the judge now, as that's what the media seems to be focusing, not the fact that we have these alleged hundreds of dangerous people in this country and that we got them out of here.
Right. So the Alien Enemies Act, it passed in 1798, and it was to prepare for an invasion by France when they were in the throes of their French Revolution. It is still the law. We used it again during the War of 1812 and, as you said, during both world wars. It has repeatedly passed scrutiny by the Supreme Court. Now, the key text of that language says it is for when the U.S. is in a declared war or when any invasion or predatory incursion is perpetrated, attempted, or threatened against a U.S. territory by any foreign nation or government. Now, we don't have a declared war, but think, how often do we have declared wars these days? Mm-hmm. Our enemies don't operate the way opponents' enemies did in 1800s or even the early 1900s. They're not wearing uniforms and they're not invisible formations. It's much more guerrilla tactics, if you will, in terms of coming across the border, disappearing, smuggling, trafficking, bringing drugs, knowing after creating the fentanyl in Mexico that it is going to kill hundreds of thousands of Americans. Mexico, Venezuela, working with China for this intent to disrupt and to kill Americans. And so this is a new theory, and it will need to be decided by the courts. Mm-hmm. But it is not a stretch to say when the Maduro regime from Venezuela works with Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan criminal gang, to send people to the U.S. to kill, to maim, to commit violence, it is a plausible argument to say that, yes, they are alien enemies, and what the law allows is to be to summarily apprehend them, restrain them, and remove them as alien enemies of this country.
And so the pushback when I just monitor all the different media, the way this is being reported, the pushback from alleged independent journalists at CNN, the pushback number one is that, well, this is not an argument in court. We don't have court documents to show that these individuals, these hundreds of individuals, are actually charged or evidence that they're convicted of these dangerous crimes or that they're violent criminals. That's one of the pushbacks. The other one is that this is just an illegal action that's based on politics and not because these people are really criminals.
Well, in terms of evidence, I mean, you can see in the video, these guys have the gang tattoos, et cetera, and the Trump administration is not going to waste their precious resources to do this for someone who's not the worst of the worst. And so I do believe there is plenty of evidence as to who they have removed. In terms of legality, the president declared Trinidad Agua as a terrorist organization, and he has declared the Alien Enemies Act to apply to Trinidad Agua. He did that on March 15th, and it was after that this group of approximately 250 gang members were removed from the country. And that is what this statute allows. It is summarily the ability to summarily remove people versus issuing them a notice to appear before an immigration judge and that court process taking years and the alien claiming, well, you can't send me back to Venezuela, I'll be persecuted and tortured, et cetera, and dragging it out. That is what the left wants, and that is not what the American people want. They want these violent criminals removed immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. We always, I know that people have to ask questions about it, but it just seems like there's so much bias by omission, involved in this issue because they're all focusing on, the civil rights of these individuals are being violated, and look, I value civil rights. I know you do too, but it does defy common sense. And I think it's another reason that the ratings at some of these networks have gone down. And as well, look at the poll numbers for Democrats. I mean, I'm reporting live from Philadelphia, right, where we have this crime issue. I also think, I don't know your take on this, but I also think in many ways, in communities where there's a lot of violence and gang violence and drugs, I think that in a lot of communities like Philadelphia, they go, well, maybe this has been part of the problem that's supersizing our violence here. It kind of gives people maybe an excuse to push the reset button. I don't know, Laura. I think that it's a very bad look for Democrats and liberal media right now.
Yeah, the fact that they are defending Agua, suspected killer of Lake and Riley, for example, and a lot of other violence in Colorado and elsewhere, it defies logic. But that's fine. If that's the hill they want to die on, go for it. And yes, you're right. It is very possible that their presence, Trinidad Agua, in the various cities has emboldened other criminals to act violently. We did not have this gang in the U.S. before Joe Biden took office. This is a new criminal gang that has descended upon our country, and we already had enough bad gangs, whether it was MS-13 or others, to deal with. So American people, the public, are fed up with it. That's why they voted the way they did in November, and they asked President Trump to thoroughly enforce the law and get illegal aliens out of here, and that's what he's doing.
Real quick, final few seconds. Laura Reese, Director of Border Security and Immigration Center at the Heritage Foundation. Your take on that USS Gravely? I talked about it yesterday, this huge Navy destroyer. What's the point of this naval destroyer?
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't been tracking on that one.
Okay, that's all right. They had deployed that one to, in essence, be in the Gulf of America, and it was part of the whole, show of force, I think, as far as to our southern border and all of that. So, listen. It's good to see such military presence, whether that's at our southern land border, but also in the waters. Yes.
It does send the right message to not just would-be illegal aliens, traffickers, smugglers, but also to our governments in the neighborhood that we are serious about securing our borders, and they need to step up to secure their borders and stop treating the U.S. like a doormat in terms of taking in their illegal aliens and sending remittances back home, foreign aid, and you name it. So these governments need to step up and act like good neighbors.
Laura Reese, thank you. Until next time, it's great to catch up with you. Thank you so much, Laura.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And again, Director of Border Security and Immigration Center at the Heritage Foundation. This is really her wheelhouse. So love talking to her and hearing her speak about this with such clarity. Isn't it nice? It's refreshing. Isn't it always good to think about what's new? Oh, we have a new gang in America. Fantastic. It's the one new and improved thing we don't need or want here in America, right? I'm always talking about something new, like at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Maybe you're thinking about something new for the house. Usually that's a good thing. And with Chapman, it always is. So if you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. If maybe you've noticed some wear and tear, we've had all these high winds, right? And a kind of a weird, wet, unwonderful winter, maybe some mold, some buckling, some peeling, indicating your home is being exposed to the elements. So a lot of people might not realize, siding, it's not just because you want a makeover. It actually has a purpose, protective barrier that protects against the harsh winter and really the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you're thinking about the fiber cement, I should say, I've got my head on the fiber cement siding, or maybe the vinyl siding, there's just some beautiful choices. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, here's the thing, they carry only the best brands. I'm talking about James Hardie and CertainTeed. If you don't know about those brands, you want to go to ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Look at their website, the before and after photos. Just some gorgeous choices with James Hardie and CertainTeed. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, just trust me, they're going to go the extra mile. They're going to work with you. There are a lot of options, but everything is so professional, and they are impeccable. Experience the Chapman difference as I have for years now. Just call them or text them. They're local, like-minded, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Like I say, take the virtual tour. You're going to love Chapman. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather is sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com.
After a chilly start, a warmer air mass begins to build back into the Delaware Valley today. We'll have plenty of sunshine. It'll be less windy with a high of around 64. For tonight, not as cold, mostly clear, 40 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, another nice day, plenty of sunshine with a high temperature well above average at 68.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. CNC's offer goes until the end of March, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations only through March 31st.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Free Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Sad news to report, and this is Pitt student's beautiful young lady. I can't even imagine her parents' grief, but the parents of Sudiksha Konanki. She was 20, University of Pittsburgh student. They're from Virginia. Remember, she vanished while on spring break in the Dominican Republic. Well, they've now officially asked the Dominican police to please declare her dead after a nearly 2-week search. I know we'll talk about more about this moving forward in the next day or so, but they believe that their daughter tragically drowned. And so an end to that search, just devastating.
Is that what they think is the end result?
They're convinced of this.
It's fascinating you say that, because just yesterday I was talking with Dom producer Henry Machette, and a video of her came up on the screen, and Henry had the realization. He goes, oh my gosh, I know those chairs. I know. He actually spent time recently. He went down to the Dominican Republic and went to the exact same resort that she was at. And he was saying that, they really got to look into this, because if you go to that resort, he said, it's so far set off from anything else around that he said it'd be absolutely very, very hard for an abduction to take place at said resort. So he suggested, he just wondered, he goes, with drinking there, sometimes you separate from the group. Is it possible that she went for a swim and just was... horribly whisked away to the ocean? It happens often at the Jersey Shore. You have those undertow warnings and such. So,
and she looks, compared to everybody else, her girlfriends who she was with, and in some other college, she looks tiny. She looks very petite, beautiful young woman. And by the way, Joshua Ribe, who I think was from Iowa, somebody she met. They met a group of other kids. He's been held, because he admitted that he was one of the last people who saw her. They held him. They took his passport. That's part of the procedure. So I guess now this afternoon they're going to let him go. And so it's all just, they were doing it as a precaution because they didn't know what really happened. So
put yourself in the parents' shoes, though, Dawn. Is this something that you could?
Nope.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I can't even wrap. You can't even wrap your brain around this.
No, I hate to put you in that position, but
it's good family. Obviously, the parents flew there and paid a lot of money for a beautiful resort. So to Henry's point, a lot of questions. And also, do you remember when Henry started and Zioli, I think, called him like Vacation Henry? Henry takes like the best vacations ever. I think he went on to conservativetours.com vacation with Ken Chase to Italy before any of us.
Oh, my gosh.
What's up with Henry and his good vacations?
And Henry coming up this week, he's leaving us. He's going out to Denver for some March Madness or something. Yeah.
So let's all live the life of Henry, could we please?
Can I go to this all-inclusive resort down in Yeah, come on.
We want it. By the way, Elon Musk, I just retweeted, said, my companies make great products that people love, and
Henry just walked in if you want to hear
Henry.
Yeah.
I'm defending my love. Please our love from Philadelphia with Elon, because he's really taken it, I tell you. So just put your love out there. Henry.
So, Henry, we were talking.
Yeah,
we were talking about your situation, the conversation we had yesterday, and your theory about this resort and her being whisked away. I don't know if you heard the news, but her parents down there, they actually, suggested.
While Henry's talking, put up Dan Cam so we can see you in, Henry.
Yeah, okay. So what happened now is the parents essentially said, look, can you call off the search? We think she drowned.
You stayed at that resort.
Yeah.
But you stayed at the resort, huh?
I did, the Rio Republica, yeah.
Nice.
I recognized it by seeing one of the footage on TV. I was like, wait a minute. I know that sidewalk. I was just there this summer in July.
You know the sidewalk?
It's a very unique
Did you study the sidewalk then?
Well, you walk it every day, right? I was there for 5 days.
So I pretty much made the point already, but now we kind of moved into a different direction where we're talking about the Zioli show and how they used to call you Vacation Henry.
His first Henry was introduced.
Henry the VIII Vacation.
Yes, remember? Henry the VIII. And because he has this dreamy voice. Everybody loves your dreamy, thank Henry. You. We're picturing him on that beach. All my girlfriends want to. And so then, what's your next vacation?
So on Thursday, I'm going to be heading out to Denver for a bachelor party.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
I thought it was March Madness related.
Well, I mean, there's going to be some March Madness watching, of course. But.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Well, Zioli, that's well put. Henry VIII Vacation.
Road Warrior just put it on YouTube as well.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
So I don't know if Henry's seen this. As we just real quick here, if we can get to this as we bring in Dom too, but these memes that we talk about, and I know, Dan, you right away knew what I was talking about. Maybe Henry does. That my teenage sons were like, "Ha, look at this, Mom. This is funny. We know you love J.D. Vance, and you're a Trumpaholic," and they think it's so funny. So earlier we were playing, Dan was playing some audio with J.D. Vance, and he is a lethal weapon if you think about somebody who's so skilled politically. He's a great speaker. He's a brilliant guy. And he can pivot. He's flexible, right? He can talk to the common person about the everyday, egg prices. And then, are you looking at the memes? Are you putting these up?
Yeah, so I'm cycling through a couple of them. Someone was kind enough to put together an entire thread on Twitter, some of the most popular memes that have been floated around. But yeah, you can see some.
See this?
I kind of love it, to be quite honest.
So he has a sense of humor about it, though, right? Which is smart. Because they're funny. So these memes show J.D. Vance as overweight, right? His chubby cheeks, and they use the AI technology to make him look like a little fatty, or they give him more hair than he has with the deep eyeliner. But most of them are making fun of him, right? Making him look like he's a chubby, sort of dopey guy.
Look what I just put up there.
Right? And they mess with his teeth and make his teeth look all funny.
Look, but he's a public figure, and the left really this started developing after his commentary with Zelensky in the Oval Office. So they started memeing him to death, and I would assume it would anger him. But the response that he's taken, I mean, what would you do in his shoes, Dawn? If you're being memed to death like this, I honestly think JD had the best response. What would you do?
I would probably try to think of something funny, because on one hand you could go, well, are you making fun of me if I gained weight? A woman, I guess, you could probably go to that too, right? Like, oh, this is sexist against women who gained a few pounds in the pandemic. So you could go there.
Yeah, but that's the victim mentality.
Yeah, the victim mentality, which we're not, right? So if you could be funny, I think funny. Go with the funny. Like Trump the funny with more funny.
Yeah, so essentially beat them at their own game.
Yes.
I like that. Because you can't be like J.D. Vance in a position of power and say no more memeing me, because that looks pretty bad. So what he did is, I feel like he stopped with the fat, but he started putting his face on a very popular memes, and maybe what he's doing is the old dad trick, is to once you embrace the vernacular of the kids and start using it, then it becomes no longer cool from those kids to use it. So maybe he's just using that to counter it. I don't know.
So he's just trying to make it funny, but then other people are answering with making him look, the like the long flowy hair, kind of like a Braveheart, they make him bronzed. If you notice those, so people are trying to answer the Vance memes, replacing him with, like sexy bronze kind of memes. I don't know.
You don't like Harry Potter, Vance, that we got up on the screen right now?
Right.
YouTube.com/WPHT. I hate to say, Dom, we got to go, but Dom stepped away because I think Henry had to meet with him before the show. So
because I wanted Dom will definitely give you his take, but Vance just trying to be funny with this one and making mocking them. So I think that's the best way to be. Just kind of like, hey, I can roll with the best of them, and I think he can.
I love it.
He's the stealthy weapon, if you will. Hey, that's it for me this Tuesday, and that's the cool part. Dom Giordano is going to have everything live and local, as well as the breaking Trump news. Will Trump just call into the Dom show and just brief Dom on that Pootie phone call? That's my question.
Well, we do have Joe Conklin today, so maybe he will.
Ooh. Fabulous. Hercules.
Hi, this is Joe Metterton, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is, we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, with the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, it's Rich. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Of course. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-1010. 800-885-1010. Again, that's 800-885-1010.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. We have some great people coming by today. Can hardly wait to 2:15. We have the new Attorney General in Pennsylvania, Dave Sunday. And Dan saw this, so they sent it to him. I don't know which. It was great producing. Ripped right out of the headlines. His office, the new Attorney General, put out this annual review. I thought they were only in office in November. I must be figuring wrong here, right? Yeah, he was elected during the Trump election. And they are leading the nation in going after Medicaid fraud.
Woo.
So I have a list here. Here's just one example of someone who pleaded guilty on Wednesday. Siobhan Parker, licensed practical nurse from Philadelphia County, pleaded guilty to Medicaid fraud and theft by deception for reporting nearly 2,000 hours of nursing services she could not have provided because investigators determined she was billing for caring for 2 different people at the same time or was traveling outside of the state or county at the time. She owned a personal care agency through which she billed for fraudulent personal care services that her employees, including her sister, could not have provided because they too were traveling outside the state or county, often with Parker. She will serve probation and was ordered to pay $96,000 in restitution. Point is this. We hear all this Medicaid stuff nationally, not just here in Pennsylvania with Dave Sunday. You'll really get an insight from him of what we're dealing with here. And immediately, Democrats go into the most, we're going to die on this hill stance. There's no fraud, abuse, or waste, or even if there is, we don't like the way that you're going to go about it. So how much of this stuff, because people setting up their own personal care services and the like, it seems to be kind of hard to be tracking. In addition to the people that are on Medicaid that are able-bodied and should not be on Medicaid. So he's coming by at 2:15 today. He's got a lot to say about Krasner. I believe that he wants to see Krasner criminally charged on something. And this guy is, I don't think he's going to run for governor. I wish he were against Shapiro. He's a rising star. And I think he's on top of several big things here in Pennsylvania. 2:15 today, we'll talk with him. We're also going to talk at 12:30 with a young woman I happened to see on Breitbart about a week ago. Dan and Henry were like sleuths, sniffing your trail till we finally got her. She's the head of the Republican Party for Libertarians, so to speak. But she's done extensive research on the group Indivisible. They're the group, one of the major groups that are astroturfing these Republican town halls, pretending to be Republicans. And also, they're the group involved in organizing, some would say more than protesting, attacking Tesla dealers and cars across the country. It's got a lot of insight on exactly how this plays out. We're waiting. If you happen to see it, Dan, you're going to let us know. I don't know when the splashdown will be for the astronauts, but this is another black mark on Biden that due to the election, he didn't want to use Tesla. He didn't want to use Elon Musk to go and get them. They're gotten, and they're on their way home, as far as I understand it. And today, will this be the day? There's not the excitement I thought. I put something up on Twitter I thought was fairly provocative. Lee Harvey Oswald did it. I thought that'd be enough. There was some back and forth. What are we going to do today when 80,000 pages drop and the conclusion still is Lee Harvey Oswald? Are we still going to go conspiracy crazy? Yes, you'll see even more. But I already see on Twitter people saying, I don't care about that. What about Epstein? Now, wait a minute. Look, I get the whole thing with Epstein. But think about the importance of the JFK files and what went on there. This really started. This is the first huge, and it's still, based upon sheer number of things written about it, I would argue it's still the biggest conspiracy thing out there by far. It's the grandfather of all this. So will they actually drop that today? That's what President Trump said yesterday. We'll see what happens, but I do see the what about Epstein stuff is all over Twitter. Mike Opelka, who writes a great material for Talk Host, his eye on the news of the day. He's got a caption today, and this is really the story right now of where we are. The hill that Democrats have chosen to die on. And on this hill, you see arrows pointing to defending illegal immigration, defunding the police, no voter ID. men and women's sports, abortion on demand, critical race theory, defending fraud, waste, and abuse in government spending, sanctuary cities, abolishing ICE, student loan forgiveness. Remember, they thought that was a winner. No cash for bail, all those things. So Scott Jennings is really owning CNN. I asked him to come on this week. Last night on CNN, they let him do his most deranged Democrat bracket, kind of like for the tournament. Now, he says Ilhan Omar is the most deranged Democrat that we know that's out there. I'll ask you throughout the show, not the side question. We have a side question. Who is the most deranged Democrat? Who is the Democrat that is the most wound up that's out there? Omar? Would that be a good candidate? I think Joy Reid would have won. She doesn't have a show anymore, but she definitely is in the conversation. Locally, it's toned down, although yesterday, if you can imagine, at Philadelphia City Hall, there were hundreds of groups out there marching, taking their time up on St. Patrick's Day for our buddy Mahmoud over at Columbia, and how shocking it is that he's been shut up and his voice can't be heard. And included, I went back over the groups, two that I wanted to mention. Was the AFL-CIO really there supporting these mobs? Do they make those guys really have to show up to support this? The other is CARE. Over the years, CAIR. I hope the Trump administration takes a look-see at them. If there's any group that consorts with terrorism and terrorists over the years, and I've had them on, you've heard it over the years, it would be CARE, a front group for all this nonsense. They were the ones that were leading this news conference / protest / rally. So Democrats now appear willing to die on this hill. Great numbers of them. Seth Moulton, the Democrat from Massachusetts, was on a national show yesterday, and he said something that I'm not sure is true, but he hopes, I guess, that we'll buy this. You see that one? Yeah, 12. Here's Democrat Rep. Seth Moulton saying that Democrat lawmakers are being held hostage by the woke. They're terrified to speak out against men and women's sports, but they oppose it. I don't know that they oppose it. I really can't say that with some of them. Here's what he said.
How do you reform yourself, though, to be more in touch with the everyday American person, like you say?
Well, I'll tell you what, we've become a party of people who preach down to others, who scold them, who say, if you don't agree with me, you're not only wrong, but you're a bad person. I mean, I think all of us have heard that attitude from many national Democrats in the past couple years. So I think we need to stop preaching and start listening. Start meeting Americans where they are. Don't take these minority positions on cultural issues and say, hey, if you don't meet this strict liberal litmus test, then you're not even a Democrat. When I questioned whether we should at least just have a debate about rules for sports, whether transgender women should compete on the same level as on girls' sports teams, I got accosted I got told by people, you're not even a Democrat. Well, that's the problem with our party. You can't be a majority party if you don't accept a majority of views. It happens on this particular issue. 80% of Americans disagree with this liberal litmus test, a checkbox for Democrats on this view. So we've got to be a lot smarter in listening to Americans. My job is to represent Americans, not tell them what to think, but actually represent their interests in Congress. And I think if more Democrats took that approach, took that view, we'd be much more successful as a party.
It's interesting, too, because as you well know, Governor Newsom came around to your view on that particular issue.
And I'll tell you what, I've heard from so many colleagues behind the scenes, you're right, Seth, you're right. Thank you I wrote a big op-ed in the Washington Post about this. I totally agree with you. But they all say it whispering because they're so afraid to say it out in public, lest they be accosted by, the liberal left in our party.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that fully. It's just scattered here and there. I think this is a new line. They're trying to not say it, but say behind the scenes they're saying it, yet they're held captive by the woke left, trying to walk. It's a new line. Let's try to walk that. let's pretend to the American people, yeah, we really get it, but we can't say it publicly. And then publicly they do the other to please their mob. No, I think a lot of them are on board with this. I don't think they've had a reawakening here. The smarter ones realize the Trump campaign saw this and spent $40 million on it. You know, I've said many times, I would have spent $100 million. I would have spent whatever, any dollar I can get. It's a winner. It's a winner. It's a winner. All right, let me give you the side question. Got some great guests coming by. We're waiting on the JFK files. It's now approaching, tick-tock. Are we actually going to get this today when they say we're going to get it? I'm interested to see 80,000 pages. Dan, are you bracing to be disappointed? Oh, Dan's in the other room. Henry.
Dan's not here.
Are you bracing to be disappointed?
I'm bracing to not see anything at all.
Why is that?
Because I guarantee you, they're going to do what they've been doing with all these files like they've been for the past 2 months. Oh, we're going to release it today. Here it comes, everybody. It's like, no, stop. Don't put that cart there. Don't put it in front of the horse. It's too late. They're not going to release them.
All right, I say they are going to release this one. This is not as the Epstein one has political, criminal impact with people still alive. This one just has the sporting interest of figuring out who did what here. You know?
Think they're going to release it because you're on the Lee Harvey Oswald
because
side.
I'm winning today. I'm winning. I've been in touch with Gerald Posner, the excellent on that. He's taking laps already.
Oh,
saying,
my gosh.
Here we go. So you still think 80,000 pages when released is going to show some massive difference here?
Absolutely. And that's why I think it's not going to be released and it's going to get hung up and then be like, what happened to it? And they'll be like, well, the FBI just didn't want us to give it to us yet. And it's like, then don't promise it to us if you don't have it yet. It's not in your physical hands.
Here's the difference. Bondi is the one that promised it the last time. You know who promised it this time? Trump.
Right, because he's never gone back on a promise.
Well, and also it's strike two.
Is it?
Epstein. JFK.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, you know
fair.
what I mean? What are they going to do? All right, we'll give you Martin Luther King.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for next. Yeah.
Or we know what happened with RFK Jr. We'll give you that one, too. Just forget about the others. All right, side question today is a great one. Dan's encumbered, but the side question today is it National Awkward Moments Day one of these days? That's where it came from. All right, hit us with an awkward moment. We talked, in our meeting after the show. An awkward moment could be you're on a double date, and then the check comes. Oh, let me get that, Henry. Or no, I don't have any hands now. I'm not touching that. All right, which way does it go? Yeah,
you at least got to make the effort. You got to start pulling out your wallet, which credit card do I want to use here?
Yeah, exactly.
Or in your case, which dollar bill should I use?
That's right. I'm paying in cash. Makes it easier to half things up. Yeah, if you're paying on credit card, how do you half thing that? I'll pay this half, and what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, you at least got to make the effort. If you put the card down, someone would be like, no, come on, let me get that. And you'd be like, no. Unless they really insist, then you'd be like, all right, if you insist, go ahead, by all means. You know, I'm just trying to get my points on my credit card here.
All right, so what's your awkward moment?
What?
Your awkward moment.
Can you say that again? What?
Yeah, okay.
What?
What?
When you're talking with someone and they're saying something to you and you cannot hear what they're saying, but you're just going, what? And after a while, you just almost feel bad. You're like, oh my gosh, this guy's trying to tell me something important and I can't even understand a word.
This happens all the times if you're in my position and you're at an event and there's a band playing music and people want to come up and tell you stuff. By the way, I never talk over the music, so I'm not going to talk.
Yeah,
That's
no,
it's
the same way. Well, it's the same way you're out at a bar and the music's blasting a little too loud and someone's right next to you and I'm like, dude, I got no idea what you're saying right now. I'm just focused on this beer and this game.
Right. Of course. 855-839-1210. Now, there's a million of them. It's all in the telling. Give us that awkward moment. It could have happened to you. It can be in general. You go, oh, man, that's one I dread being in the center of. Last week, I had asked about valet parking, and I was like, oh, God, I really don't want to, because I wasn't sure what was going on with it. You know what I mean? I just decided to blurt it out. Usually I wouldn't do that. I'd be waiting for a moment. I just decided, come on now. All right, hit us with that. Get your name into the hat today. And also the whole situation here developing around, once again, Democrats supporting the unsupportable. That's the theme. That's where they are right now. I don't care what Moulton says. Publicly, they're still supporting all these things. They can say whatever they want privately. What are they on record supporting? 855-839-1210.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins, is this Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day this Friday on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning, now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit amcontheweb.com. Tillman Builders. Love your home again with a Tillman Builders renovation.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
San Francisco visits Philadelphia when the Phils face the Giants at Citizens Bank Park for a 4-game set starting Monday, April 14th through Thursday, April 17th. Join the fun and get tickets now at Phillies.com. The only thing better than a hot dog at the ballpark is 2 for the price of 1. Snag 2 for $5 on the first Hatfield Phillies Franks BOGO night, Monday, April 14th, when the Phils host the Giants at 6:45. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! Window Nation stands with WPHT's Radiothon in support of our veterans. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Make a difference. Support the Travis Manion Foundation and invest in your home with Window Nation.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. You get in. Several people today making a great point that we've been making. Do we have 677 unelected presidents? There are almost 700 federal district court judges. The official number right now is 677. Some retired judges have taken senior status and may from time to time sit on cases. So it's inexact on any given day, but it's in the ballpark. And these district judges have been allowed to think that their role is to issue injunctions to stop a sitting president from doing executive actions. And then by the time we go through the whole deal, another one jumps in. But with Trump, it's particularly annoying that this is happening. They're not a co-equal branch of government. The Supreme Court is, not these district courts. So I think the Supreme Court should be ruling right now as quickly as possible on the deportation cases. And they also should be ruling on the power, the injunctive power of these 677 or thereabouts federal district judges, many of whom are radical, many of whom were appointed by someone like Obama, Biden. And their mission is to gum up the works, to stop moving forward on what we need to do. That's exactly what they're trying to do. All right, so 855-839-1210. Chuck Schumer today has been roasted on both The View and the CBS Morning Show. And Emery, when you get a chance, he's on The View, and I want to play this, talking about how our side doesn't like the government taking their money. They revolt against it. Of course, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm amazed we don't revolt more on this issue. So we'll play that for you in a moment. But here is Scott Jennings last night talking about exactly what I said. This is cut 7. Jennings making a case on CNN. It's not only one judge doing something across the nation, but it's also the fact that they think that they can exercise executive power that the president has. Here's Scott Jennings.
Moves us in the right direction.
So maybe it will end up being that the courts might agree with the Trump administration that this is a national security exercise. But it seems like what Dante is saying, and what seems self-evident, is that there is a process for determining whether that's true or not, because it's not obvious that immigration enforcement is like carrying out a war, overseas somewhere in Syria or elsewhere.
Well, I think a few things. Number one, we've had a number of instances now on immigration and other matters where individual district court judges are trying to effectively substitute their judgment for that of what the White House believes is core function of the presidency as designated by the Constitution. That's a key question and probably needs to be sorted out by the Supreme Court someday. That's number one. Number two, on the issue of these deportations, it's quite clear the president believes he is keeping the United States and its citizens safe from non-citizens who are in the country illegally, first of all, and second of all, who have a long history of committing very, very violent acts, from murder to rape to sex trafficking and so on.
All right. So, again, substituting 677 of these men and women, thinking they're the president and or they don't care. They have the injunctive power. That's what they're going to do. Now, here's Schumer. This one's a View, Henry. I thought it was a View. Okay. And he is trying to explain why it's so hard to deal with MAGA or Republican voters. Here's Schumer.
And you know what their attitude is? I made my money all by myself. How dare your government take my money from me? I don't want to pay taxes. Or, I built my company with my bare hands. How dare your government tell me how I should treat my customers, my the land and water that I own, or my employees? They hate government. Government's a barrier to people, a barrier to stop them from doing things. They want to destroy it. We are not letting them do it, and we're united.
Okay.
Good.
All right, then. Let's break that down. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Not in the manner that he talked about it. It's the overreach of government. They love government. They worship government. It's a religion. They have replaced religion. It is their religion. And it's not that we're saying no government, but the government that governs least the founders thought, is the most effective, is the most legitimate, is the most moral. They don't want to hear that. This is their whole raison d'etre. This is what they do. This is what they live for. And yes, we are overtaxed, and we don't want to pay anymore. And when he said, a guy who, in my mind, has never run a business in his life or anything close to it. Remember when Obama got it said, you didn't build that. Roanoke, Virginia, to a bunch of losers, his voters. And we had such an outpouring of small business people because they're the backbone of talk radio. Small business in one way or another, or they at one point they did that. They're thinking about doing it. And they know what the government does. It gets in their way constantly. Overkill. Why? Because they know you're there and they're going to come after you. They want to rake you over to gain money to redistribute it. Yeah, so Schumer's right. That's our problem. Can you imagine these fat cats on The View sitting there and thinking, yeah, look at how morally superior we are. We want more and more government in our lives.
I think the opposite was true right there because they were playing him off like he was giving it too long of a speech at the Oscars. They started the music about 15 seconds in when he starts going, yeah, what, it's your money? And it's like, yeah, it's our money. Like,
well, they're all over him because they don't think he stepped up enough. That was a couple of them today. So, yeah, they would, even on this, they would go down that path. All right. In a moment, we're going to talk with Jessica Bowman. Now, I saw her on Breitbart. And in the center of what's happening here, who are these people harassing at Republican town halls? Are they really Republicans and they've had it with Trump? I don't think so. The polling doesn't indicate that. And they're also the same groups many times. They're organizing to shut down, in some cases violently, Tesla. If I make it out to Warminster on Saturday for this group that's going to be harassing a Tesla dealership there with nothing better to do, I think I'll find some of the ancient activists who engage in this stuff all the time. Now they're just trying to turn on Tesla. They're going to be angry because Elon Musk is bringing the astronauts back today. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that we need you to do is just push pound 1210. Get in an awkward moment. Just think about one. Maybe you retell it. Maybe you think in a broad sense. That's what we're looking for. We'll talk with Jessica next. She's highly researched, investigated, Indivisible, and these other groups. And the idea that they are actually pretending to be Republicans, among other things. What are they prepared to do to stop Elon Musk? It seems to be just about anything. She's next. You know, it is said that you just don't visit Sicily. You will come back again and again and again. You'll fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. And we're there to see all that beauty. That's you, me, Ro, and Talk Radio 1210 listeners. This unparalleled tour of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria. Now, I'm headed to Europe again, and there's only one group to go with. We're going to hear from one of the guys that's our tour guide, Giuseppe, today, because Conservative Tours, just the name, they cater to talk radio listeners. $55.44, you're not going to beat that. That's including airfare. Dining that you'll talk about forever. Bustling Palermo. The Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. It's all there, and the Godfather Tour. That's right, all the locales from the movie we're going to be hitting. All you have to do is call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll go to Taormina, the crown jewel of Sicily, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque. It's a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca, but do call now. Start to get that information. We're ready to go. 888-733-9494.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A power outage causes issues at 30th Street Station and nearby parts of Center City and University City. The University of Delaware gets its biggest donation ever, more than $70 million. And new food at Phillies games this season include a loaded chicken cutlet sandwich and a s'mores quesadilla.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in West Chester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Weather sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union.
After a chilly start, a warmer air mass begins to build back into the Delaware Valley today. We'll have plenty of sunshine. It'll be less windy with a high of around 64. For tonight, not as cold, mostly clear, 40 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, another nice day, plenty of sunshine with a high temperature well above average at 68.
Watch your savings grow. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 3.75% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives for details and view our other saving options. Restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano's show. Jessica Bowman, I happen to see on a big interview on Breitbart, National Secretary of the Republican Liberty Caucus. Think Republicans leaning libertarian. And she was talking about two groups that she's highly investigated, or two things. They might be one big group in there. This group, Indivisible. I think they were out there at the Don Trump Jr. night, even though they were funny, wanting to pay us in rubles when we had him here. Two things. One, astroturfing, the Republican town halls. And two, the nonsense they're doing, violence often, at Tesla dealerships or EV stations. Jessica joins us in Philadelphia. Jessica, welcome in. Great to have you. I love the stuff you were talking about on Breitbart.
Hi, Dom. Thanks so much for having me.
So when you talk about the libertarian wing of the Republican Party, what are some of the issues where you're in the big tent, but you have your own corner of that big tent, kind of?
Exactly. We like to consider ourselves the conscience of the Republican Party to try to hold Republicans to the original Republican platform and values. And so by doing that, what we do is we promote free enterprise, personal liberty, and limited government in our government.
Is there anything the Trump administration is doing where you have to keep him inside the guardrails?
I think so far the Trump administration is doing what it set out to do. Wasn't particularly impressed with that CR. I think a lot of people didn't read it. And so I think we should normalize reading legislation before we jump. And so probably like the inside war between Thomas Massey, it really wasn't a good play ultimately for MAGA to do that, because I think he was actually kind of coming around a little bit. And you also see like Rand Paul not supporting the CR. So I think it was more so fiscally irresponsible and could be handcuffing Doge ultimately to support it. But, you know, I think moving forward, they have an agenda. They're locked in and focused on it. And so I've been very impressed about everything the Trump administration's done so far. And I continue to just see, is Congress going to take that hard action of actually reducing spending and cutting a lot of these areas and getting where we can get actual appropriations and start balancing the federal budget and reducing the debt that we have in our country and the deficit. And I'm just curious to see if that's actually going to happen, because you can keep kicking the can down the road, but eventually we won't have a country.
Jessica, too, during this interview that I saw, I'm really interested in you investigating the groups. Let's start with the astroturfing of these Republican conferences, town halls. I still think they ought to do them. Tell me who you think is involved. Indivisible is very big here in our area. I'd say Bucks County, places like that. It's the usual faces. Are they actually paying people, do you think, in some of these instances?
Yes, I do, because they actually have what's called a distributed fundraising model. So the monies that flow in can actually flow to wherever they need them to go. And local chapters, that all funnels through Act Blue. So I do think that they are paying people to come in. But also, like you said, you have them locally present in your area. So they're really present in all counties in which there's a swing state. So you're going to see a lot of indivisible presence there. They have a lot of like grassroots present at local levels, but then they also operate nationally. And their focus is really going to be focusing in on school boards, things like that, to see if they can get any type of momentum, because quite frankly, this resistance movement isn't what it was back in the first Trump term, like first Trump presidency, as it is now. It's really deflated and quite pathetic, to be honest.
Yeah,
but they're trying.
I hear you, and I agree with you, but I would argue one area where they're gaining traction by hook or by crook, that they seem to be setting people off in our area, but even more violently. You also investigated what they're doing with Elon Musk and Tesla. That seems to be where they're getting animated, maybe where they can commit outright violence and think they'll get away with it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That is what they think that they can do. It's crazy because they want to say this is going to be a peaceful protest, but yet their rhetoric and their imagery doesn't match what's actually happening. Why are we targeting people at charging stations? Why are we vandalizing private ownership of Teslas to try to force people to sell their Teslas, to divest? Like, it's already a sunk cost at that point. And then in addition to that, I thought they hated Wall Street, but they're supporting those that are making like $16 billion off of shorting the stock. It's really interesting. And then you have like someone like Tristan Snell out there claiming that if, you know, we call Tesla stock to plummet, that somehow Elon's going to lose X and then we can get our Twitter back. And that's not even true. Multiple financial analysts have come out and said, actually, he didn't put Tesla stock up in order to get X. Maybe he entertained it at first, but that's not actually how he ended up purchasing X. So that's not really true. It's just that's what they think they're wanting their people to think, but that's not the reality. And so they have all these Democrat activists operating on that delusion and then operating on other delusions like, you know, this is a king. Elon Musk is unelected. They're bringing authoritarianism to America, and they're going to like take away all of our rights, and there's going to be a dictatorship. And they use all this charged rhetoric, and they are just fear mongering people. And a lot of people are getting out, and then they, of course, opt out at these rallies, and they do bad things. These people know that. I mean, one of the groups in particular is Troublemakers. That's the name of the group. Rise and resist.
Troublemakers. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, I think it says it right there in the name. And then they're calling this like hashtag Tesla takedown is what they're putting out there. They're working with Rise and Resist, like Indivisible, as you said, and the Democratic Socialist. So at the end of the day, it's going to be bad. I mean, we've seen Tesla set on fire. They hit the Tesla storage lot in Texas. They stole, tires off the vehicles, vandalized them. You have swastikas, which I don't even know how to draw a swastika. So I think it's only those on the left that really even know how to draw swastikas. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And, burning the charging stations. This is really sad because all these people are getting it keyed. Their cars keyed and everything.
And most of them, a great number of them, are being caught. They forget there's cameras all over the place. We've seen any number in the last few days. The other tell is when they all say the same talking point, or they all have what appear to be pre-produced printed signs all saying the same thing.
They do. There's actually a resistance events calendar. It's actually being edited by someone who used to work at the VA at the federal level during the last Trump administration. Is actually the person editing it, been part of the DNC for quite some time, and the actual literature is edited by a few different groups, but it's already prepackaged. It's in a Google Drive, and then it's this brand website that they can download all these things. There's pre-scripted messaging. There's pre-scripted songs they can sing. It's actually crazy, but everything is already planned out, very heavily funded.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Jessica, where do we find you? Because, again, you are on top of the things that we're talking about in deep detail. Where do we follow you on Twitter, website? Where do we go?
You can find me on X at Jessica Bowman. So follow me there. And one last thing I want your listeners to understand is when Elon's calling out through Doge, NSAID or USAID funds, he's actually calling it out, and it's scaring these people that are receiving the funding because for so long they've been using grants to transfer money from nonprofit organizations and then fund politics with those grants. So that's why all of the Democrats are up in arms.
Absolutely. Jessica, please come back frequently. We love talking with you today.
Absolutely. I'd love it.
Jessica Bowman, hat tip to Henry, tracking down. Sometimes these take quite a while. You heard some of the insight with the groups that you're seeing. I still think Republicans should do these events, but you heard some of the insight of what goes on with these, where they go, where we're headed. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll take your calls. Awkward moments. All right, Dan, we didn't get yours. You're the master of this. You were in the other room. What do you have today?
Yeah, I'm very awkward individuals there multiple times. Did you talk anything about elevators yet?
No. I think,
there's a lot with the elevator.
The elevator. You got all the elevators.
It seems like all my awkward moments happen when it's in the elevator. So today there was one where I got in an elevator, and there were, so usually, to paint a picture, our elevator bank has 4 elevators. So usually there's at least 2. So, you don't have to, cram in with other people. Well, today there's only 1 open, and there's 4 people at the same time besides myself. We all get in there, and it's clear that we all recognize each other, but we have no idea what each other's names are. We've never talked in the past. So it's just a really awkward silence before one of them breaks the ice and says, you all work at Odyssey, don't you? And then we had kind of like a jovial conversation on the short 30-second trip up. But man, is it an awkward silence when you get into an elevator with somebody you've seen before, but you don't know their name and you don't know whether or not to strike up a conversation.
I wonder if Dan said, Henry, I'm the executive producer of the Dom Giordano show, or did he say, I work the Dawn Stanzlin
so
show?
let's play this out.
Let's play the tape back.
No, because it actually came to that because we went around the circle introducing us and saying who we are, and it got to me. And most of them were corporate. We had a corporate lawyer. There was a corporate attorney. They were talking about how they don't even see each other. Then it gets to me, and I say, I work in the Philadelphia market. They're like, sales? I'm like, no, on air. They're like, which station?
Yes.
Yeah, boy.
Talk radio 12 man.
Yeah, 12 on WPHT. Yeah.
A major national jewel. That's where it is, buddy. Top 3 nationally.
You just never know the reaction you're going to get,
Oh, yeah.
And it's sad. It's sad we still live in that kind of environment where we can't just be like, I'm a proud conservative on 12th and WPHT. That's what I do here.
Dom Giordano says hello, and then they don't get off the elevator.
Even more awkward, it's happened to me before, but hopping into the elevator with the big boss. So, like, you know how corporations, they have CEOs and such, and there was a past CEO here. They got into the elevator, and I recognized him because I've seen his picture. He has absolutely no idea who I am.
Right.
But I'm sitting there like, dude, I don't even want to sniffle. I don't even want
Well, you know what? When we're at the Phillies game with John Middleton in front of me, DJ, I'm trying to tell him, no, you're not going to go over and sit down next to him. He goes and sits down next to him and starts talking to him about trades he's made and how he loves it and all.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, my God, get this man out of here.
John Middleton's open to that stuff, though. That's why he puts himself in these seats.
I hear you, but I dissociate it from that.
Can I take one off of Twitter or from YouTube that's really good?
Yes.
I don't know. Has it been talked about already? But youtube.com/@12WPHT. Suze loves Jeffy's submission. She says, my daughter hates buying feminine products from male cashiers. She'll actually wait in a longer line to avoid the awkward situation.
I can understand that.
Yeah?
Used to be when you're going to buy condoms, that might be an issue.
Yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
I just avoid the cashiers altogether. I'm going to self-checkout.
Well, now you can do that, but you previously couldn't.
I guess, you couldn't, but...
Yeah, at the supermarket. Henry's taking him out to this self-checkout and the other order over here. Okay. All right, 855-839-1210.
What was yours? I missed yours today. What was your...
I did the double date thing, and I also talked about the valet parking.
So are you always picking up the bill on a double date?
No, not at all. But then I got Ro there. You know what that's like. She wants to pay for everything. Hey, come on over and sit down.
You just got to make the attempt. You just got to make the
attempt.
But
on a double date, you get that check. Are you thinking, is it a situation where it's automatic split, or are you thinking that you're going to cover the other couple?
You got to do an automatic split.
Yeah?
Yeah, even if they're drinking away, you know, God, I hate that.
If you're entertaining them, I feel like you should pay for them.
Well,
but like if you're just going out with friends, everyone lives around here, you split it.
9 drinks later.
Exactly.
Yeah.
855-839. Yeah, what are they thinking with all those drinks? I know exactly what. I'm not paying for this. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Jump on board. Hit us with that awkward moment. You heard Jessica Bowman. Yeah, this is what we're facing. I still think Republicans should tough it out, do town halls, call them out on it. You know, call them out. I don't believe you. These guys, I'm a Vietnam veteran. You know, what outfit were you in? You know, they're faking this. These are not Trump people angry at Republicans. They're the same people trying to masquerade that there's a movement out there. If anything, they're more angry at Schumer than anybody else. All right, let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing called dentophobia. Now, Dr. Bentz knows this, and I've seen over the years how my dentist, Dr. Bentz, treats patients, he and his staff. They know the patient may be in advance, might even have a full-on anxiety attack, tears and all. I've seen him with somebody who didn't speak English so well, dealing with aiding them and making them understand, you know, the procedures and what was going to be going on, etc. This takes a lot of skill, a lot of time, but that's what they do. They want to make everybody feel comfortable. The ultimate goal is, after a few times, that fear level is very low, if at all. And if you have a little fear, you're extremely anxious, whatever you would characterize it as, this is someone to count on. Dr. Bentz and his staff for a pleasant dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call at 610-272-6949. Make that appointment today. Take care of the dental work maybe you've been putting off. Finally get that smile that you've always wanted. The phone number, my dentist, 10 years, Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949. The website, Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia windows and doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Keswick Theater on April 5th. Proceeds help Abington Fire Companies replenish the gear lost in the fire at SPS. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. from home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
For some jobs around the house, it's okay to do it yourself. For others, not so much. Like your water heater. Replacing a water heater should only be done by a plumbing professional who can provide a safe installation for you and your family. For a long-lasting, reliable water heater, ask your pro about Bradford White. How you heat your water matters, and Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best for years of dependable service. To learn more and find an installation pro near you, visit bradfordwhite.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Free speech lives here. We're Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, the Supreme Court has done their job a bit. They've, by the way, let me stop that. This is even bigger. Paul Anka has written a new song, right, Henry? For Trump. Now, I'm flipping coins on this. I think it's kind of sacrilegious, Dan. You have it on your show sheet here. Maybe we ought to play a little bit of it. It is based upon the Trump mystique. I may have to bend the rule here a little bit about my way. Sing it, Paul.
Unique, old world mystique. It's quietly chic. That's Mar-a-Lago. Serene, this sun-drenched scene, and the cuisine. It's better than Spago.
Oh, come on.
All right. Can't do it. Stop it. Stop it right
well,
there.
Can I go to that? What's the chorus sound like?
Yeah. Yes.
With your vast knowledge, we can bet you could wipe out the national debt.
Oh, my gosh.
If plans go awry, hey, what the heck? You just sit down and write a check.
Oh.
We'll all relax. No inheritance tax when we vote your way.
Oh, goodness. That's an Spago is the thing that got me. Look, that song to me, maybe no other. I can stand playing around with others. Paul Anka shouldn't even sing it, but he wrote it. I don't care. There's only one guy that can sing
He
it.
can do whatever the heck he wants with it.
I know, but
It's terrible, though.
Elvis shouldn't even sing it. I don't know anybody alive then or ever, other than Sinatra, that should be able to sing it up, shoot it up, and spit it out. Nobody else should be able to say that. They just can't.
Was this something that was in demand? Did he just think one day, he's like, you know what? I could spoof my own song and write about Trump.
He's a big buddy of Trump, and Trump's the one that put it out there and saying, what a hell of a guy. I think it's kind of embarrassing here. I thought he was just going to do it about Trump, not make Spago rhyme with everything else. Oh, my God.
It's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. If you want to do it with Trump my way, okay. Let Sinatra alone with this. There's only one.
How's the man going to make money otherwise, though?
I think he still tours. I think he still does
so?
lounge acts and stuff and all. He's written all. And this is his greatest song, I would argue, that he wrote. He originally sang it himself. I think he was in his 30s. You can't do that. You got to be in your 50s, I'd say, to sing this.
Did you know he wrote Put Your Head on My Shoulder, too?
Yeah. This is about the all-time song of triumph over that. And Trump coming back from nothing.
Sorry.
Your way.
Henry said that he sang that, too. I was an idiot.
Yeah. Oh, God.
He also wrote She's a Lady by Tom Jones.
Yes, I saw today there's an astronaut that's on with the astronauts coming back, and guess what the guy's name is? Tom Jones.
Is it really?
Yeah, Tom Jones was an astronaut.
That's not unusual.
Yeah, exactly. I did interview Neil Armstrong once. It was great. I mean,
You ever speak to Buzz Aldrin?
Not Buzz Aldrin. Neil Armstrong. Yeah.
Well, Neil's the one I'd rather talk to.
Yeah, and there was no conspiracy. I didn't say, what about those labs, Neil?
Oh, you got to ask him if the moon landing was real.
No, that's embarrassing.
It's clearly in a
by the way,
studio.
Henry's leading so far in the clubhouse. No Kennedy files yet. You can't keep saying this without releasing the files. Give us the files. I know Lee Harvey Oswald did it. I can prove it. That's all that I know. All right, coming up.
How can you prove it?
I've been there. He was a crack shot. I could see how he did it. You can stand right next to it, then you would know. All right. If they release him, we'll have Gerald Posner on tomorrow debating Dan. This ought to be pretty good.
No one on the grassy knoll?
No grassy knoll.
No?
All right.
No woman with the headdress?
No guy with the umbrella.
No.
Did give us that all-time great phrase, let me Zabruder film it.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up, we will be talking with Donna Sharon, the representative from out there in Montgomery County, Upper Montgomery County. She wants a simple constitutional amendment. You can't be here illegally and get a driver's license. Oh, my God. Would Pennsylvania pass that? 80-20, I think that would pass. She's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Always treat her with respect. I never would abuse her.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When you think of Impriano Roofing and Siding, you probably picture a sturdy roof or beautiful siding. Did you know they offer stunning entry doors, from secure steel and fiberglass doors to gorgeous glass designs? Impriano gives your home a fresh, beautiful look, all while keeping it safe and secure. Imagine vibrant colors and custom glass that'll wow every guest. Right now, get a brand new entry door and make no payments for 18 months. Call Impriano today to get started. The best homes have an Impriano roof and door. yours. Visit Impriano.com.
Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. And this, let me give you a little tidbit that's apropos of where we're going next with one of our favorites, Representative Donna Sharon out there in Montgomery County. The White House just released this. It's a picture of a 36-year-old citizen of the Dominican Republic who has a rap sheet that includes a fentanyl trafficking conviction. She was arrested by ICE after she illegally came back into the United States. Virginia Basora Gonzalez, previously deported alien felon convicted of fentanyl trafficking, arrested by ICE government in Philadelphia. Looks like K&A to me in the background there, somewhat like that. Here in the United States, she wept when taken into custody. Picture attached. This just today or just recently. This is what we're dealing with here. And yet you have umpteen people in Harrisburg, including, I think, the governor, who think it's rational, as they've done in other states, to get people here illegally driver's licenses. As we understand it, Representative Sharon wants to put it into the Constitution that you can't do that. She held a news conference yesterday. We wanted to talk about it. Donna, welcome back to the show. Thank you very much, and thanks for what you're doing. Why a constitutional amendment?
Good afternoon, Dom. Thanks for having me. Constitutional amendment is the only way to secure it remains in the Pennsylvania Constitution and is not subject to change from any future governor.
Okay. And, you know, in a strange way, it seems to me if this were a bill, it would be harder than the constitutional amendment, which is a harder process, but twice, and I don't think you were in the legislature then, correct me if you were, with Governor Wolf, we got 2 constitutional amendments passed to stop him from continuing COVID.
Yes, you are correct. The constitutional amendment does require the passing in the House and Senate through 2 sessions for it to make it onto the ballot for the voters of PA to cast their vote. Well, this is an important enough topic to me in that we continue to see the number of accidents rise. We continue to see the number of killings rise. We continue to see the number of murderers involved in these particular accidents, all linked to illegal immigration in many instances. And I think putting it as a constitutional amendment secures the fact that Pennsylvania forever stays in compliance with federal law.
Absolutely. Do your knowledge, any states have it in their constitution now?
That I can't say with great certainty, just knowing that there's 12 states out there that are giving driver's licenses to illegal immigrants, was enough to drive this momentum in me.
Well, my gut instinct, yours probably is too, if this makes it to the ballot, if we actually had this ballot question now or forevermore, it's going to pass 70-30 or at least 60-40, something like that. People are tired of this. It's one of those big issues that just cannot stand. So the problem is getting the Democrats to release it and start the process, or does the constitutional process remove something that's a hurdle?
Well, it's a bigger talking point, Dom, to be honest with you. Just like you're saying, what would it be? 70-30, 80-20. The people out there want voter ID, and that number is that high. When you talk about having illegals with driver's licenses, it brings up many, many questions. When I was posed by reporters yesterday after the press conference for personal interviews, so many of them wanted to know the statistics as it pertains to, American citizens or legal. I'm like, that's not the point of this bill. The point of this bill is to not reward bad behavior, to not incentivize additional immigration by issuing licenses. And at the same time, many of these accidents or these tragedies should never have happened in the first place, considering they entered the country illegally. And I drive to Harrisburg, not 80 times a year, back and forth. When you take into account the number of message boards that PennDOT puts up on the turnpike or our major roads in Interstates 95, the electronic messaging signs you see in work zones. Now stop to think whether or not the illegal immigrants are even capable of reading all those alerts.
Well, let me go back to the questions they were asking, because I love this when they do this type of nonsense. And isn't the answer, well, look, we have our own criminals, we have our own problems, but we know with certitude, if this person who's driving illegally were not here, if they were kept out, they wouldn't have committed this act. We know that. But then we're dealing with these other people that are causing problems, but this can be eradicated simply by that and or by what you're doing until we get a better handle on this.
And that's exactly the approach I took.
Yeah.
I can't wave a magic wand, right, and stop every accident, every tragedy from happening. But everyone that was cited in that particular press conference never should have happened. Didn't have to happen. And so many of them were people driving the wrong way, going off an entrance ramp instead of an exit ramp, right, colliding head on.
And Don, I'm sorry to interrupt again, though, too, for listeners, though, because they're feeling what I am, I think, and to it. You're sitting there at the Inquirer or whomever, these other papers, and they're asking you this stuff, and it's like Lake and Riley and this stuff over again, trying to drill down and deflect. Why are we deflecting away from this problem that can be solved?
That's exactly right. And those questions, They drilled in on, well, what about the children of these illegals? What about the dreamers? It's like, well, our federal law stipulates if they were born on American soil, they're quite capable of going and getting their driver's license legally at 16, 17, or 18. Again, that's not what we're discussing here. I emphasize the fact that Pennsylvania has a program for legal immigrants to obtain their driver's license. It's called the SAVE program.
Right.
And works very well, very efficient, concentrates on making sure that there's an understanding of the English language. But for everybody else that's cutting corners, heading out there and bringing tragedy to our friends and families with so many of these severe accidents that are taking place, I just kept reiterating, none of it has to happen. None of it. And heaven forbid, right, one of our neighbors or friends or families are soon touched by this kind of devastation. And even if it isn't, loss of life or severe injury, I shudder to think, if they're illegals getting a driver's license, where's the insurance coming into play? That's a whole nother question that needs to be addressed. If we are saddled with an accident, how much of it is falling on us as the victim to pay for everything?
Yes, probably the lion's share. So the process now, what has to happen to get this started?
I need the bill to be able to be brought up, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order for it to even be up for discussion, it certainly requires my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to see the merit in driving this constitutional amendment through. It affects all of us. And I will say, Dom, I didn't make any headway in my first term on my Homeowner Protection Anti-Squatter Act. If you recall, that was a unanimous vote against my bill. Re-released it. I re-released it the start of this new session. And I'm happy to say it looks like I have a little support on the other side of the aisle now. I can only imagine that maybe I'll get to that point as well in my constitutional amendment to prohibit illegal immigrants from
looking down the road, and you have to comment on it too. That's why we need you in an executive position, meaning mayor, governor, something, so you don't have to know, because your focus is right there. You're a problem solver. You're aggressive going after solutions. And, the fact that these things don't often get brought up even, and that roofs are out for 3 months in the legislature is exactly where the problem. We know that these things are winners politically, particularly the thrill that I have in doing talk radio when we can vote on these things. People love that, to be able to vote on something like this consequential.
You're 100% right. If you can come to Harrisburg and relay your passion for the issues of common sense, for the issues that people want addressed, for the issues you're not afraid to speak of, with fear of retaliation from every group you can think of, that's what makes you an excellent legislator. And that's why I'm here. That's why I got reelected. This is what people care about.
Absolutely. Well, don't get ground down by it. Not that I think that you will, Donna. Thank you. And periodically, let's get an update as you see any progress on this and the squatter bill, too. You have a platform here anytime you want. We'd love to talk with you. I
appreciate that, Dom, and I will take advantage of it.
Thank you,
Good
Donna.
talking to you.
All right, Donna Sheeran here on Talk Radio 1210. Yeah, that's going to be a 75-25, maybe an 80-20. And people love, this type of thing, to have it on the ballot. When that happens, they're going to lose. Again, thank you, Doug Mastriano, you clown. Sorry, I got to go off on the guy again. He's a nice enough guy, but just a clown. And those of you that are smarter, they get all revved up with him. Why am I saying that? He got dumped so badly, well, he lost the House. And every time you see an opportunity on something like this, which would win, and also put a dent in old Josh Shapiro, because he's got to make a decision, there's no way we shouldn't have the House of Representatives. It's ridiculous. The Senate's there, the common, the swing state, Trump won this state. It's all there. All right, coming up, we're going to take your calls at 855-839-1210 at 1:30. The great Joe Conklin will be here. I'm going to be introducing him at an event for our buddy Pat Malloy, the police, and the devastation that happened out there in Abington and Glenside.
How do you? Where do we go to find Joe Conklin?
No, I'm not doing that yet.
JoeConklin.com.
Thank you. But he sent us an email. We don't want to bury the lead, Dan. Guess who he does? He does Mitch McConnell, and he does Phil Murphy. I got to lead with the king of hair. I'm going to ask him, what kind of hair do you put on in doing this show? Do you put on a wig or anything in doing this? And, of course, he's going to give us a little Trump when the Eagles visit. That could be explosive. A little bit of Merrill and Mike still basking in the glow of the Super Bowl might be there. I like his Joel Embiid. Do you have a favorite, Conklin?
It might be Joel.
Joel, yeah. He captures
him with Angelo doing the Joel. Was so
yeah. Joel's not that hard to do, but it's in capturing the greatest impressionist ever, Frank Caliendo. Well, he's one of the greats. He didn't do Bush exactly, Bush Jr. He did it for me. He was about ready to go on. We were in Vegas doing the show. And he asked the name of my sons, DJ and Luke. And then he said, partners, happy birthday, Steve and Freddie. In other words, Bush, completely oblivious to anything. Just said anything you wanted. And it captured it better. I haven't seen Frank around. I wonder if he does Trump. Is Barkley is unbelievable.
You know who's really good that Conklin used to do?
Who's that?
Doc Rivers.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
His doc was awesome. Yeah.
Getting your voice that hoarse must hurt. Though.
Yeah. But I have to hear Phil Murphy. I put that number one. Second place, who does Mitch McConnell? I got. All right, so this is coming to the Keswick on April 4th.
Just silence as they go for questions.
Do hope that you'll be there. Of course, I will have to dredge up my Cool Hand Luke impression. That's the only one I have. I mean, I don't know what else to tag in.
Well, you try others.
Yeah, exactly. Then off the stage. No, I just introduced him.
In the back of a taxi cab. What's that on the waterfront?
Oh yeah, could have been you. It was you, Charlie. It was you. All right,
you do them. They're not particularly good.
That's true. These are my not particularly good impressions, and he comes out. At least he follows you rather than you following him. So that's the thing, you know. All right, he'll be here, but your calls we'll get in next at 855-839-1210. Going viral, Dan, on YouTube is footage from a Las Vegas Review-Journal posted about an hour ago, a raging fire of Teslas at a service center in Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going viral right now on Twitter. We'll have it during the break. If you go over to youtube.com/@1210WPHT, we'll show it on our Twitter during the break. But Dom, Las Vegas Review-Journal is posting about an hour ago, and it was footage from this morning. Apparently somebody this morning went over to a Tesla service station and took a line of Teslas and lit them on fire. And if you're watching YouTube right now, you'll actually see the footage. It's pretty fascinating.
We know, too, with the batteries with these cars, they could burn forever. This is really serious stuff.
You think the person who did this has a job?
There you go. Henry's line. He's going to ride that to fame here constantly. Yeah.
Nothing to lose here. Let's burn down the whole station. That's what this guy's
thinking. Do you have a job? Yes.
Are you able to see the footage on your screen? If not, I'll show you during the break.
Yeah.
It's actually, you watch it, and there's actually a moment where I guess the sparks, the flames reach the battery, and you see the white sparks and explosion right now.
Yeah, the bottom line is this cannot continue. The crackdown has to happen here, all right? They got to put someone on the Tesla desk. They got to put someone on the swatting desk. Go after them, lock them up, bring them in. And we know who they are. They're the left. They think they can get at Elon Musk by continuing this sort of stuff. And all they're doing is creating a backlash. 855-839-1210.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 267-813-1311. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today by calling 267-813-1311. 267-813-1311.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, with this Tesla fire at the service, a whole bunch of Teslas lined up. You can see it on our YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT. It's horrific. Here's Colbert the other night laughing about all this and thinking he's protected. Stephen Colbert about Tesla, cut one.
Trump is not destroying everything we love all on his own. He's getting a big assist from Tesla CEO and guest of the White Lotus undressing that corpse with his eyes, Elon Musk. That has led a lot of protests around the country at Tesla dealerships. Now, I want to be clear. I do not condone violence or vandalism of any kind. That is a deeply held belief of mine that comes from the bottom of my CBS legal department. With that in mind, I find it interesting that there's a growing trend of cyber trucks being vandalized and used as skate ramps or covered in garbage.
Yeah, that's it.
To be fair, that might not be vandalism. That might just be a simple mistake because they do look a lot like a dumpster. Tesla owners are facing backlash everywhere they go. Recently, somebody stole the wheels from every single Tesla in a Texas parking lot. Whoever did it, I do not condone this, but I do appreciate your tireless efforts. What's this?
Yeah, let's continue to laugh about this. Cheerio there. Let's continue to laugh about this. All right, more has to be done. This has to be another specific desk, if you will, at FBI Justice. Get on them, drag them out, bring them in, maximum sentence. The same thing with the squatting. This is what they're engaged in. And again, these fires for firefighters, Dan was showing to me during the break, the explosion with this. We know about the batteries here. We know what the issue is. And a whole array of Teslas there at a service center being set on fire. Again, there's probably footage of this. They'll figure out who did it. I guess the only thing I'd say with Tesla is they have to put on more armed security. They have to deal with it themselves. I'm not sure why exactly this happens, but, in certain places, there's still hostility toward Tesla. It's open season. And Tesla drivers, all over the place, people keying their cars, engaging in all kinds of vandalism around it. And away we go. But Stephen Colbert finds it to be funny and thinks he's skating on the legal side of things. This is what they're engaging in. All right, let's go to Gary in Newtown. And Gary is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. Before we get started, I just want to say you are such an excellent host.
Well, why don't you stop right with that?
What's the caveat?
Good night, everybody.
See you later.
Thanks, Gary.
Whatever you did to bring in Dan, I was one of the first callers when you took over the afternoon show. I was praising Dan. I still do. I think Henry is as good, if not better, with the team that you've put together, and that's why I wanted to begin with that for you, because it's your team. You did it.
Well, there's many people that are free agency they're exercising here on shows. We believe in that here.
I was recruited from the shore.
Right. It's not like draft. We don't believe in the draft. These guys do.
I had to go through the
draft.
G League here.
Yeah,
work my way up.
Henry came by Johnstown or some road to get here.
I don't think many people know either, though. You feel when you would do your shows from the shore, you do it from a radio station down there called Longport Media. That's where I was working at the time where we first met and struck up a friendship there. And
yeah, they tagged Dan in down there when I was doing a national show, Gary. It was like talent scouting.
Well, whatever you did to put that together, it's great. And you can, I don't know, sometimes I feel like I'm not watching on YouTube, but I feel like I'm there and I can hear your smiles.
Oh, thank you, Gary. That's very nice. Now,
nice, yeah.
let's talk about all the things you're wrong about today. Go right ahead.
Well, I'm going to give you a little bit of education about Tesla, if you don't mind.
Sure.
When Tesla and the drive for the Tesla, I'm not a big fan of Tesla either, but when they were first introduced, and they have been reintroduced this policy, when you bought a Tesla, you could have them charged for free for life. That was the incentive.
Right.
And it was a green deal. So going back to your roots, right? If it's free, it's for me. Buy the car. Okay, it's ugly, but you drive it forever for free.
Yeah, I hear you. I just, you know what? I like a nice, really good, for something like that, Gary, the paint job has to pop beyond belief. And $94,000,
And I'm with you and whatever comedian you just had on. The Tesla truck does look like a garbage pail. Or a garbage, the commercial garbage truck.
So, who's your
one question?
Go ahead.
Is Donna Sheeran related to Leslie Fisher-Pine? I could swear they sound
exactly. Oh my gosh, I can't believe me and Henry were back here. And I said, who does she sound like? And it was we landed on Leslie ourselves. Sounds exactly like Leslie.
She has a more projected voice. Leslie has a slightly deeper voice.
I think they sound exactly.
Oh, they're definitely the same cadence. They could be sisters.
The cadence is very much, and it's very aggressive.
Has anyone seen them in the same room together?
Yeah. Leslie's a little bit more pausing. Donna's more speed. Yeah.
Leslie, call us.
Yeah,
I'll have some Donna, and we'll play it back to back to see what the voices sound like.
Now, I gotta take issue with Dom. I'm gonna ask you one question. Do you know where you were on September 11th, 2001?
Yes. Yeah, I was at St. John.
Of course you do. We all do, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm setting you up now. I'm letting you know.
Right.
George Bush Sr., who was the ex-director of, at one point was the director of the CIA, when asked where he was on November 22nd, 1963, do you know what his answer is?
He didn't know.
He doesn't recall.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, that's what the Bush Sr. was a part of this plot. Okay. All right, Gary, what's your what's your awkward? Most awkward thing?
Okay, so mid 80s, I was 10 or 11 years old. I came outside, kind of like today. It was a beautiful day. We meet a new family at church. My mom introduces herself. My dad introduces herself. They're going blah 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 blah. And the next thing my mom says to her, "So when are you due?" And she wasn't pregnant.
Oh, that's a cardinal sin. Thank you, Gary. That is an awkward. That's why you got to stay away from that. You can't engage in that. All right. Coming up, the great Joe Conklin. As I said, he apparently does Phil Murphy. I got to get a lot of Phil Murphy here. I got to see if he's got the essence of Phil Murphy. And who does Mitch McConnell? That's hard to believe. I mean,
it's a low guttural sound. I don't even know if I can get there.
The turtle. We need a translator there. What the heck is he? Can you imagine his conversations with Trump? The hatred between the two of them. Oh, my God. All right. Joe Conklin next. We'll tell you about a big event coming up in April. We'd love to see you out there at the Keswick. Hey, if it's said that you don't just visit Sicily. No. You fall head over heels in love with Sicily, this ancient crossroads of civilization. Where it's located, the connection to Italy, the Greeks came through, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, then the Germans, and they all left their cultural mark. And we'll see all of this, the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria. Remember that, Calabria, too, this fall. I'm headed to Europe again. Only one guy to go with, Ken Chase. Now, his guy Giuseppe's going to be on today to give us a little more color on this. I hope he's learned his lesson. It's gravy, not sauce. But all this and all this fabulous eating, $55.44, that's including airfare. Bustling Palermo. That's the thing I see from the World War II movies, Palermo. The Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the place, the palace of the Normans. Here's a toll-free phone number. Give Conservative Tours right now a call, 888-733-9494, or just go to the website, conservativetours.com. We've had a lot of fun with this. It's going to be a glorious time. I'll take a lot of film. The Godfather Tour is part of this. Visit the locales where the movies were made. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you there. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you also in Savoca. I've heard great things about that. Call them now, 888-733-9494.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
After a chilly start, a warmer air mass begins to build back into the Delaware Valley today. We'll have plenty of sunshine. It'll be less windy with a high of around 64. For tonight, not as cold, mostly clear, 40 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, another nice day, plenty of sunshine with a high temperature well above average at 68.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
A power outage causes issues at 30th Street Station and nearby parts of Center City and University City. The University of Delaware gets its biggest donation ever, more than $70 million. And new food at Phillies games this season include a loaded chicken cutlet sandwich and a s'mores quesadilla.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. What could be better than Joe Conklin with the addition of the City Rhythm Orchestra? Philly sports, put to music. I'm sure there's some Catholic school jokes that Conklin puts in there.
Is Joe singing in these voices?
Yes. Well, I'll ask him that. I know that it's his daughter, and I think somebody else that sings.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And at the Keswick Theater, Saturday night, April 5th, Ro and I will be there. And this will benefit. The Abington Police Foundation has announced that the funds raised at the Comedy of Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra event on April 5th at the Keswick will be redirected to assist 5 volunteer Abington Township fire companies. It will replace critical equipment, including personal protective equipment that was damaged or destroyed in response to that SPS building fire that was enormous. So you talk about bringing a community together. One of our all-time favorites, Pat Malloy, and Joe Conklin, coming together around this. And he actually does Phil Murphy. I'm going to be screaming out, do Phil Murphy. I don't care if you're screaming out, do Brandon Graham, I think retired, or Angelo, or Merrill Mike. I want to hear Phil Murphy. Right, Henry? Is that what you'd be screaming? Don't spoil it and pick a sports guy now. Come on now.
I don't think I'm as politically inclined as you are, so I might want to hear the Joel Embiids of the world again.
All right, the great Joe Conklin. Hey, Joe, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, you guys are too kind, and thank you so much for the great plug of the event. Of course, Pat Malloy, a fellow Cardinal Doherty guy. He's
wait a minute, Joe.
Now.
Now, when you went to Doherty, I'm not sure of the age. Did they have the 6,000 kids there then?
Wait a minute. Oh, you mean how big it was?
Yes.
Yeah, I got out in '80. It was still pretty big, but it was on the decline. I think the height was the late '60s when the band played for the Pope, and it was the biggest Catholic high school in the world, actually.
Yeah. Can you imagine a girls and boys section, and allegedly, Dan, there were 6,000 kids there.
What?
Separated, the line between the two, yeah. Oh,
yeah,
my
and
God.
a wall and an electric fence in between the two, yeah. Yeah. You know, you couldn't even talk to a girl. 3 demerits for mental rape. That's the truth.
So, Joe,
that's rough language for a 12 or 15-year-old kid.
Yeah, exactly. So, Joe, you've worked now. How long the orchestra, the singing? How long have you worked that into the act?
It's only been about 3 or 4 years now. Believe it or not, the great Mike Baldini brought us together.
Oh, yes. There we go. Yeah.
Now, we did a roast for Charlie Manuel and Phil Dunphy a few years back, and he hooked me up with Pete Spina, who's been a godsend. They're nothing but pros and talented guys in this orchestra, and they allowed me to bring my act to it and my family, basically, and we came together and we're doing pretty much my act about Philly sports, politics, put to music. I got my 2 brothers are singing with me. My daughter sings. My niece sings. It's kind of like the Von Trapps with attitude, you know?
Are you a traditional singer, too? Like, is that where you get the vocal stylings that you're still able to switch your voice?
I'm definitely not a traditional singer. Both of my parents sang in church. My dad was classically trained. He used to sing at funerals all the time. And my mom was a cantor in the choir at St. Helena's Parish, actually. So it's in the genes, and that's where I got the gift for voices. And, I've always done singing impressions. I mean, I got thrown out of the choir when I was in third grade after, like, one day. But I don't know. I guess I can still sing. So
well, Joe,
we'll see.
who's your all-time favorite to do? Is it because the audience reacts to it, or maybe it was tough to really establish it? We think Joel Embiid is a classic. He seems easier. Who's hard to do that you've mastered, do you think, now?
Why don't you think it's so easy? Why don't you try getting paid $250 million to do nothing? You think that's easy? Well, I just
but wait a minute, Joel. I want to interrupt. You had a great coach, though. Doc Rivers was your coach. I mean, he coached you to this.
Hey, Doc, they want to talk to you.
Yeah, he's the best treasurer. He's like a phenomenon. I can't believe how he can move around at that size.
It's got to hurt your voice.
I'll sad. It does hurt when I do, Doc. But I've been through a lot. Last year I had Bell's palsy, a bad knee, and I was upset because I just got a new meniscus for Christmas. And then I got sick again. I got yellow fever, dysentery, sore throat, and a little bit of leprosy.
So, the Sixers, my favorite sport, Joe, are really bad. But the Eagles, in fact, the voices of the Eagles, Merrill and Mike, are still basking in the glory.
Hi, Tom. This is Merrill, and Mike is here with me, too.
I got your back, Merrill. I got you covered,
It's just amazing what this team has done to this city. It's unbelievable. And they didn't just beat the Chiefs. They gave them a good old-fashioned ass-whooping. This ass-whooping brought to you by the Sisters of St. Joseph, providing ass-whooping to little children in the Philadelphia Archdiocese for the last 150 years.
Nice, Merrill, nice. But, Merrill, they're going to take over another city. They're headed to D.C. to meet President Trump.
That is true, and we have the president. Hold on. Mr. President.
Hello, Tom. I don't know if you can hear me. You're doing such a tremendous job. You and Henry, I mean, it's amazing. And I'm so happy for the Eagles winning the Super Bowl after a horrible choke job last year. I mean, the season before. This might be the second greatest comeback of all time, second only to me, of course. And, the victory, I beat everybody, right? Everybody voted for women, blacks, whites, Spanish, everybody, but it was a glorious day. But I watched the parade on TV. Tremendous, probably the second biggest crowd, maybe ever. It's a shame your mayor can't spell, but, she's very popular. She's very popular. Let's see how popular she is with zero federal funding next year, right?
Mr. President, though, she's a little bit more popular. The guy next door, right over the bridge, Governor Phil Murphy of the Hair, the Prince of Hair in Jersey, he's not a big fan of yours.
Oh, Governor Murphy. Hi, this is Phil Murphy. How you doing, Tom? Nice to see you. By the way, do you like my hair? It's wavy now. I don't know if you can. It's very wavy. I apologize if my teeth are too white for you. Fire Marshal Murphy. By the way, congratulations on the Eagles and all of South Jersey. This is our thing too. You come over here, you share our beaches. We pump your gas. So this is our victory too. Phil Murphy.
All right. Well, one other politician that I think loves the Eagles, too. Bernie Sanders, I know, has always loved football. He's a big football guy.
It's tremendous to my Philadelphia constituents. And I am proposing, moving forward, for all the Philadelphia Eagle fans, next year, free parking to season ticket holders and a free hot dog at halftime.
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you, Senator. One other senator that's leaving us, though, Joe. It's sad. I know he's a personal favorite of you, a personal friend. I hear he's been to several of the Conklin events. Mitch McConnell.
Well, McConnell, we set up with the little Obama in front of him. Obama, congratulations to the Eagles. Much improved secondary. That secondary last year had worse coverage than Obamacare. And then Mitch always responds, I think Obama should keep his mouth shut. So I think I don't mind him speaking at all as long as he learns to speak with his mouth shut, like I do. If you talk about the defense, like out of this side, your right side of your mouth, and the offense, you got the left side. If you get real good like me, you learn to talk out of both sides of your mouth like this.
Oh, God.
I've never seen you have to turn off your microphone so much because you're coughing and laughing so hard.
laughing and so much I can't.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Sure,
I'm
absolutely.
genuinely curious. First question being, what's the most recent voice you've mastered? And second, how long does it take you? Like, how many hours do you have to spend looking into a mirror to get these voices down right?
Oh, man. Well, that's a great question about what's the most recent one, because my act is about as old as I am. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what's the most recent. We're doing a character in the afternoon show over on 94 now.
Oh,
folks.
wait a minute.
Tornado Shapiro.
Wait a minute.
Tornado Shapiro.
Do you do that, or that's a little bit more adult over there, Joe? Do you do that at the Keswick?
No, adults, it's okay.
Oh,
kids are in school.
You saying I can do it on the radio and not live?
I don't know. It's a Catholic. Look, those guys, I don't think quite get it though. I heard you enough over the years, and it's similar. When you say Ike Reese was there with Mitch McConnell and Henry Machette and Barbie, yeah.
So that's the most recent. You know what? I usually get it right away, or I don't get it. Now, sometimes if it's repetitions, if you hear somebody over and over and over, you can start to get them. But a lot of my, best ones are in. You talk about the JFK files. I want to know what happened to Arlen Specter. He was a spy. He was a double agent. He was a Democrat dressed in Republican clothing.
That is spot on with Specter.
Of course, the governor, Ed Rendell, comes over here. Because Tom and I have gone back and forth over several issues over the years. Excuse me. Cameras over here.
Well, Joe, how do we get tickets? This is going to be a fabulous night, as always. The Edition with you and the City Rhythm Orchestra. The great coming together with Pat Malloy and what happened over in Glenside and the Keswick.
Yep.
You played the Keswick, right, over the years?
I have. I've opened up for a couple times over there, but this is our show. This is the main event over there. This is the first time we're on the big show. It's a big theater, It's like 1,300.
Yeah, we've done an event there. Big deal. So where do we go to get tickets?
Yeah.
What's the best place?
You know the best place, JoeConklin.com.
All right, Joe. I can hardly wait to that night. Thank you. Thanks so much. And again, thanks for the years of joy you bring here. Chip Snapper is my all-time favorite. I mean, the Kensington stuff, the parade.
The girls on the avenue, they miss you down here, Tom.
All right, Joe. We'll see them and everybody else over at the Keswick. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, pal. You're the best.
All right, Joe Conklin. Oh, God. And I think this is hours of this, at least an hour and a half. And a great benefit, Pat Malloy and the firefighters over there, JoeConklin.com, Saturday, April 5th at the Keswick. If you haven't been to the Keswick, it's one of the great all-time local theaters.
He needs, when he does Arlen Specter, to reference the great Dom Show moment when he does that impression.
Oh, yeah.
Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. Act like a lady.
Yeah, or when I touched him. Now, Dom, you're going to do it to me? That made international news with Michelle Bachmann. She just said, what the hell did I do?
Voted for. First, she didn't answer anything. Then she said she voted for prosperity. Well, prosperity wasn't a bill that came.
But, Senator, let me ask you, is it your position that...
Don't interrupt me either, Doc. She's talking from talking point.
I thought these people all knew each other, sort of publicly got along. They didn't know each other. They went after each other instantly.
Yeah, it was our inspector, Michelle Bachman. What was that, a debate between the two?
Yeah, we were in Bob Brady's conference room. We went down there with all these people around this, and certain people nobody wanted to have anything to do with. And our inspector was one of them at that point. Several of them said they're not getting on the panel after that. You couldn't script this for him to go wild and tell her to act like a lady. Of course, we had to get me a beer to it afterward. All right, 855-839-1210. Do hope you'll come that night. This is an incredible, worthy cause. Yeah, Life Celebration by Givenish, too, presents the Givenish people. Wonderful stuff. And, Joe, if you have any connection to Philadelphia at all in these references, I didn't know he did Mitch McConnell. That was a really good McConnell. And visually, I guess, there in person, it's even better. And I think he's got the, you guys are right, though, the Joel Embiid is perfectly done.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
So good.
yeah, exactly. Don't say Doc Rivers again. I could tell that was tough. I
Oh,
had
man.
to do it.
I
It
knew it
was
was
a
gonna
segue.
hurt.
It was
Yeah.
a segue. All right.
Remember old engineer Ben that used to work over at
Yes.
WIP?
Yeah.
Sounded very similar to Doc Rivers. There was an
Right.
amazing segment where they brought in Joe Conklin on the morning show with Angelo and brought in
Right.
Ben and had Ben speak normally and Angelo do his impression of Doc Rivers and who sounds more like Doc Rivers, and it was actually Ben that won.
All right, we want Fisher-Pine versus Donna Sheeran, though. That's our contribution today. Leslie, 855-839-1210. Let's remind you one more time. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, and stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue and improve stamina without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure, overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Dom listeners, you can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com. Enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY. Grab Rescue Orosine with the buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024.
It's hard to know what would make the stock market fall in the future, but it's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system this year, we earned 17% on our account. That money is ours. The interest is put in as it's earned. We know that our money is safe and it will continue to grow with the market.
There's no fees taken out of what we made, and we did as well in Crash Proof as we would have in the market, and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
Discover how the exclusive Crash Proof retirement system can help you grow with the market without risking a penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom time. Great stuff from Joe Conklin. You got to be there that night. Fabulous stuff. By the way, we're already talking to guys today about the Mulligan schedule. More on that coming up. Oh, we got to
Did you write down all the things that we proposed over the past year as things we're going to do out at Mulligan's?
I have some of them written down. I have some of them memorized. That High Wire Act, the Odyssey lawyers are saying no.
They denied it?
You can't string a wire across from the Acme to Mulligan's and walk across it. I know I could do it, but it's out.
No, you cannot do it.
They rejected it. Oh, of course. That's an easy thing. Let's go to Greta in Gloucester on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greta, how have you been? What do you have today?
Well, I'm doing well. I enjoy hearing the Bill Murphy impersonations. I have a moment that was no later than 1985 based on where I was working in Center City. I walk into the office. I have on a white dress, and I had kind of a long, flowy skirt. And I walk in, and one of my coworkers said to me, "Oh, don't you look nice? You look like Snow White." And, you know, it was the early 80s, so you could say that, and he wasn't fired. And then I twirl around, and I said, yeah, well, I'm missing my 7 dwarfs. And lo and behold, there is a guy who I've never seen before in my life, never knew his name. He was visiting from Texas, and he was a dwarf. I thought,
oh, no. What do you say after that? Do you say anything?
What did you say after that, Greta?
I mean, I don't know what I said. I probably, ran to the ladies' room or something. I don't know. Hid under my desk. I just was ready to. I was as red as a beet. I was so embarrassed. I mean, you could never say that today. I'd probably be fired.
Oh, man. Her and Hank Johnson are in a crew of their own.
Exactly. All right, Greta, we'll mark that down. That is pretty bad. All right, coming up.
A giant in with a midget.
Oh, you know.
Well, the midget will not win the fight. I'm going to tell you that.
Now, look, Dan, I didn't tell you this, but you asked Mulligan's. That's the guy. Can you imagine this guy in a bar at Mulligan's? Because he's completely left and ideological, but he's not malevolent. He's crazy. Imagine sitting there, bringing him vodka or something, and talking with Hank Johnson about the world.
Do you need to bring him vodka, or is he already
that's
all
true.
The way,
Just the atmosphere of Mulligan's, though. He might say and do anything.
The whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
The guy I like is the admiral who said, "Yes, sir, I'll get back to you whether it will capsize or not." Talk about a straight man. All right, Jen Psaki says Trump is owning his own fans instead of the libs in a blistering rant. This is the new tactic. You're dumb if you're following Trump. He's owning you, not the other side. All right, we'll talk with our buddy Giuseppe, who's somewhere in Sicily, I think.
We're going to Italy?
And then the rising star in Pennsylvania politics, Sicily, yes. That would be Attorney General Dave Sunday. This guy is leading the nation at putting away people committing Medicaid fraud. And he also wants to criminally charge Larry Krasner. So there's that. And Dom's Money Melody. Of course, your calls. We got to get a winner on this awkward moments thing here on Talk Radio 1210.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help, like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
This March, Hesser Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 SSV, just $43,999. Plus, upfit services are available for lights, sirens, plows, and more. Lease a 2025 Chevy Equinox EVLT, just $199 a month for 36 months. Hesser Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesserChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hesser Chevrolet!
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. 'Cause I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Coming to your calls. Dom's Money Melody will be at 2:30 today. We're going to talk with the Attorney General in Pennsylvania, Dave Sunday, rising star, leading the nation at these investigations and convictions, according to the information we have, around Medicaid fraud. Think about that on the national level. But I just saw this, and this is from a left-wing group. The left-wing group is Vox. And the guy who is Scott Presler, or something like that on the Democrat side, says the reality, listen to this now, in the 2024 election. The reality is, if all registered voters had turned out, President Trump would have won the popular vote, he says, Democrat, by 5 points instead of 1.7 points. So, direct quote, I think that this idea we need to turn up the temperature and mobilize everyone's strategy would have made things worse. That's David Shore arrived at this guy, Levitz, arrived at that after interviewing David Shore, who Levitz hails as the most influential data scientist in the Democratic Party. So let me break that down. He's saying that if all this mobilization, remember they blame Bob Brady here, rather than Kamala Harris? If the vote had been so energized and turned out, it would have been a lot worse for Democrats. Now, let me tell you how that cuts in my mind, and I'm going to be honest about this. It is amazing what Trump has broken through. Can Republicans, though, build on that post-Trump? Is it Trump? Is it the policies? Is it whatever? J.D. Vance, I'm reading this morning, is being seen as the inevitable 2028 nominee. I don't know about that. And I don't think he's Trump. Nobody is. But imagine, this is the top, according to them, Democrat data analysis. If they had energized, if they had turned out more people across America, what would have happened is Trump would have won the popular vote by more than he did, a lot more. So then what's your strategy? You got to think. Well, a couple of things come to my mind. One, Trump is a phenomena that maybe you won't have to face all the time. Two, you can't have a rotten candidate like Kamala Harris. And three, there are these 80-20 issues that Trump particularly plays so well that are devastating. They knock out everything else. People don't want to hear it if you are going around saying we want men and women's sports. We're going to support that. We're going to support the guy at Columbia who, is a Hamas supporter, organizer. They're not going to be with you. These other things will not cut through. They just won't work. Do you have that Psaki one yet? Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Here's Jen Psaki, though. She doesn't see it that way. She didn't get this memo. Psaki saying that this is the next line of attack. Trump is not owning the libs, meaning beating back the Democrat Party. He's owning you if you support Trump. In other words, he's a con man and you're falling for it.
And she starts, Dom, just to set some context, preaching a new narrative that's come out of the left. And it's fascinating to me that there's been blame. Dana bashed it on CNN this morning, and now she's doing it, trying to tie Trump's cuts through Doge to the NOAA, and the Weather Service, placing blame on Trump for the wreckage of the storms we just saw down south.
Over the past few weeks, the Trump administration has slashed hundreds of NOAA staff, including people responsible for producing critical weather forecasts and maintaining radar systems, and they're not done. The agency is tasked with cutting an additional 1,000 jobs, which means 10% of its workforce. See, to Donald Trump and his buddy Elon Musk, NOAA is just another woke agency that stirs up climate hysteria. And so it's one of the agencies that has found itself in their crosshairs. But here's the thing. When devastating tornadoes swept across the country this week, it actually wasn't coastal Democrats in their path at all. It was states like Mississippi and Arkansas and Alabama and Missouri.
There we go.
States that would definitely not self-identify as woke in any way. And states that would definitely benefit from a fully operational and fully staffed and fully funded NOAA. What about FEMA, which provides essential tools for cleaning up and rebuilding after devastating storms, like the ones we also saw last week and this week? Trump and Elon Musk claim the agency is a political tool wielded by Democrats during disasters. I don't even know what they mean by that exactly.
All right, well, let's stop here, lady, and tell you what it means. We saw what happened to these people in Carolina, and Trump and others stepped in on this. And under Duffy particularly, and people like that, the Secretary of Transportation, they're getting action on tragedies like what happened here in Philadelphia. Dan's right. What they're trying to do is to say that these people died in Mississippi. It was worse because of NOAA. People are not buying that. But they're also not going to be told that Trump is that. We hear this all the time at these town halls. There are people that have been damaged by what Trump did with veterans and all this. And these are the people speaking up. They're not. They're fraudulent. Here's just one thing DJ just sent me that's an example of where the left is. This is in Jersey. Channel 6, I'm not going to play. Channel 6 put a whole package together on this. They say, Vineland, New Jersey, a controversial questionnaire has parents in New Jersey talking. It asks new parents about their baby's sexual orientation and gender identity. The form has now gotten the attention of the New Jersey state lawmaker who has proposed legislation to change it. It comes after she saw the social media post of one mom-to-be who received the questionnaire from a local hospital asking questions she didn't expect.
Is your baby straight, gay, bisexual, genderqueer?
New Jersey State Senator Holly Schapese found out about it when the mom posted this picture on social media.
And it's so absurd and so ridiculous.
The mom received the questionnaire from Vineland Hospital and the Inspira Health Network, but hospitals across the state of New Jersey have sent out the same form asking about the gender identity and sexual orientation of babies.
Yeah, even Channel 6. Thank you, Dan. That's beautifully cut there. The commentator, the reporter, babies at the end. They're going to keep on doing this, and they keep on saying that Trump is owning people. It's better to look at what he's taken away from. He's a populist more than just a conservative. What he's taken away from Democrats, reaching people, call it working class, call it across the board. But this report from Vox, which is very, very left, is at least they're trying, these guys, not Jen Psaki, figure out what happened here. And look, I don't know about you. I asked Dan and Henry. Dan, you were here on election night. I thought Trump, I've said this many times, I thought going into that night, Trump was going to win. Did I think he was going to win all the swing states? No, I didn't think that at all. Now you can say, well, you should have, because that's what happened. Did I think he would win the popular vote? For a Republican to win the popular vote, to me, in the atmosphere we're in the last 30 years, it's next to impossible that would have been on my radar screen. But what was happening are some of the issues that we've talked about. She was such a bad candidate that it caught up with him. Dan, did you think he was going to win in the manner that he did?
No.
Yeah. Henry, you're following that closely. What did you think?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be that.
You think it was going to blow out?
Totally.
What was the tell for you?
Just, I don't know, a vibe, a hunch,
okay,
you could say. I just felt like Kamala didn't have the steam or
right,
the energy behind her that Trump did.
True. But
I agree with that. Like there was definitely that vibe. I the entire time I was fearful that there was going to be some kind of last second move by the Democrats.
And I'm very anti polls and all those numbers, and I just think it's all garbage. So just going off of vibes. That's how.
Realize what you have to overcome. The vote in California.
Sure.
I'm talking popular vote. New York, Illinois, Jersey. I mean, it is overwhelming to overcome the popular vote. And this guy's saying it would have been worse. So, and the odds, I don't know what Vegas would say the odds are on carrying all the swing states. There were several I was definite, I would have bet that Trump was going to carry, but all of them in there were a couple that were very, very difficult to imagine this was going to be razor thin. And one of them was Pennsylvania. I'm surprised by the margin in Pennsylvania. In the end, it was a pretty big margin. Remember, he lost 80,000 the last time with Biden, give or take, whatever the shenanigans. But it is remarkable. So Vox, this report, I'll print it out and get you more details, saying their projections by Democrats, if they had turned out more voters, energized, did all this stuff, given the playing field, they would have lost worse. Wow. Yeah, Jen Psaki did not get that. Her argument is still this argument they're trying, that maybe they're believing even. See, I'm not believing these are Trump people showing up at these Republican town halls going wild. I don't think they are. Are they all paid? Are they all actors? No. There might be some that are moderate, Democrats, whatever. I'm not believing they're turning on Trump on this. Just not seeing it. And the only flaw that I see here is the tariffs are all over the place, but the markets seem to have stabilized on it. So we'll see. All right, no Giuseppe, Dan. Things are tough in the Sicilian. We'll get him tomorrow, though. Again, this is a great trip. There's
Mozzarella's not firm enough yet, though.
Yeah, there's nothing like going with conservative tours. I do hope you'll consider coming with us. We've had a blast. The last trip 2 years ago was more Rome, Venice, that type. This is really unusual, though. It got our attention. Sicily and Calabria, that's where The Godfather, I think all three films had some locales there. All right, should we do the lightning round then? No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. We went over. We got Dave Sunday here. Let's take a quick break, and we'll go to Dave Sunday, Attorney General on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
All of the people that at one point in the last 9 years have said they will leave the country after Donald Trump was elected. Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, Rachel Maddow, Barbara Streisand, Stormy Daniels, Eminem, and Tommy Lee. The clock is absolutely ticking. We're going to stay up on this and we're going to keep tabs on you. They always go out and they say this. They never do it as if anybody really actually cares. Nobody is going to miss any of these people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. The work already being done by Attorney General in Pennsylvania, newly elected Dave Sunday, is incredible. We're looking at the headlines here. Just on Medicaid fraud, the people investigated, charged, convicted, or pleading guilty is amazing. Let's go to the Attorney General. Always an honor to have him on the show. Attorney General, great work so far. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm grateful to be here.
Before we get to the big stuff here, we encourage listeners when we have somebody who seems to be so responsive to call our people. They apparently called my producer. Who is it they wanted to know that might be auditing in your office, nonprofits? So if they call your office, would they say just something like that, or would they ask for a particular department?
So what I would recommend is someone – so we have a nonprofit and charitable trust section in the office. And so my recommendation would be honestly, that's a starting point. Call in and say, I'd like to speak with the section that oversees nonprofits and charitable trusts.
Okay.
And then that's a great starting point, because a lot of times – people think they know what their issue is, and then once it comes in and after it's evaluated, then it turns out it might be a completely different place they need to go. So that's a great starting point.
All right, we encourage them to do that. But congratulations. Of course, we're swerving into a national issue here with Medicaid fraud, et cetera. And some of the stories I've seen out, some of the commentary on this indicates your office is one of the leaders at successfully penetrating this. It seemed to me, reading some of the people that have pleaded guilty, been charged, or convicted, that there is a lot of people setting up their own agency of a sort and then filing all kinds of claims, hours and hours and hours, that they couldn't possibly do because your investigators found they were allegedly tending to someone else at the same time.
Right. And I think, and thank you for bringing that up and bringing in that intro, because I think that a starting point here is it's important for listeners to know, number one, that the Attorney General's office is investigating Medicaid fraud. And it's something that we have a huge Medicaid fraud section. You know, I ran on public safety, and I think that, you know, we need to adhere to the rule of law. And so for those of your listeners out there that might be engaged in Medicaid fraud, they should know that someone is aggressively looking at these cases, and if they're prosecutable, then we're going to prosecute them.
It's astounding, though, what you've been able to do during that period of time. Would this apply? Now, I know this is more federal, but Social Security, something like that. We hear these things coming out of Washington, and it seems hard to believe. I'm asking, is it of the same sort where nobody's investigated it before? To me, it would be obvious, like, are people really getting checks in Social Security that are 100? Do you get tips from people, or do you look at the records and say, this doesn't seem right?
So like any criminal case, it comes to us through a lot of different potential paths. Oftentimes, there might be someone that is aware that this is happening, and they may tip off law enforcement. Or, you know, there might be a different case that we're working on, and during that case, it's identified that there might be other bad actors out there doing something similar. And so, you know, I want to be careful about, you know, sort of outing our methods, but I will say that that information comes to us from a lot of different places, you know, and unfortunately, I mean, these are circumstances where a lot of these individuals that are in the process, that are committing Medicaid fraud, it's almost like they think that this is just like pretend money or something like that, meaning, but this is real. I mean, this is our taxpayer dollars that go to this. I mean, so when someone commits Medicaid fraud, first of all, they are stealing from the taxpayers. And then number two, on top of that, there are a lot of people out there that really need the services that Medicaid provides. Mm-hmm. And you want to make sure that the people that need Medicaid, that they can receive it. And so that's why this is especially egregious.
Now, the other thing, Dave McCormick, of course, has a big bill around this and coalesced. And at your level, I know Pennsylvania's a sore spot for this, fentanyl. What's going on that front?
All right. So to begin with, as you know, and I know you've talked about this on your show, fentanyl is the latest. It's the latest look at what we have with regard to the opioid crisis. Fentanyl, for anyone that doesn't know, is over 100 times more powerful than the heroin from a few years ago. It's very, very deadly, and it primarily comes to the United States and to in particular where we live in Pennsylvania, over the Mexican border. And so one of the things one of the main issues I ran on was, again, public safety and the fentanyl epidemic. At the same time, Senator Dave McCormick ran on protecting Pennsylvanians as well. And so to that point, a couple different things. So to start with, obviously with the work that's been done by the Trump administration on shutting down the Mexican border, that should right away impact the amount of fentanyl coming into the United States. And I just want to comment on that a second, if it's okay, because what a lot of people don't realize is, you know, when you read articles about fentanyl coming into the United States, you will see that the fentanyl primarily comes through what's called a port of entry, meaning where cars are coming across. Mm-hmm. It's not necessarily coming over in the middle of the desert. But what the problem is, when we had, prior to the Trump administration, when we had our border agents, all over the desert finding people, and then all the work that they put into assisting them and getting them to the places where they needed to go, there was an opportunity cost because those same agents weren't at the ports of entry screening cars and doing everything they could to stop this drug from coming in. And so right off the bat, huge change will already put us in a better posture for this. Now, what Senator McCormick did was he proposed a bill along with Senator Fetterman, and that bill would create a fentanyl task force that essentially would identify ways that this is the federal government, that they can look to find ways that they can stop fentanyl from coming in the United States. And again, I just want to say it is so dangerous. It's so deadly. I mean, when I was a kid, and I'm not going to venture to guess your age, but when I was a kid, if someone made a mistake, they might have a hangover for a day or two. In today's world, a mistake could equal death, and that's not something that we as elected officials should tolerate.
I've heard, too, and I don't think they're horror stories, cops that I really respect, that if it's around and you even touch this, come in contact with small amounts, that could be deadly. That's how powerful this is.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's not only dangerous it's not only dangerous for kids that might be using it. Right now, most of the drugs that are illicitly sold there's fentanyl laced in it. To your point, our brave law enforcement officers in this country and in Pennsylvania, to our brave law enforcement officers that are out there every day trying to do everything they can to keep us safe, they inadvertently could come into contact with this. And we have seen cases where police officers have overdosed solely because they came into contact with this substance.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about Dave Sunday, the new Attorney General. Attorney General, too, I saw that you opened, and you can tell me the exact verbiage, the Sunoco investigation because of the, I'll say alleged in all this, I don't have any documents, the pollution and the Sunoco in the suburban Philadelphia that made a lot of news here.
Yeah, so because that's been commented on as an ongoing investigation.
Okay.
I don't want to go into. I would prefer to not go into any detail on that. I would just say that. I'll just leave it at that for now.
Gotcha. Now, I wanted to talk too a little bit. I'm not a Johnny One Note on this, although it seems like at times, given the latest, or my understanding, Larry Krasner, again, DA in Philadelphia now, has allegedly smeared, more than allegedly, these two prosecutors, judges involved, a big fine involved. And I think you're engaged in that and calling for something around this with Krasner.
So to begin with, this would have been just a few days ago, but Judge Anne Marie Coyle in Philadelphia actually fined the Philadelphia District Attorney $120,000 and ruled that essentially there was no what's called a good faith basis to make the allegations that he made with regard to those former law enforcement officials. And that's really important because, in America, prosecutors can't just go into a courtroom and just say things that they want to say. There has to be a reason. There has to be a good faith basis. And a ruling like that from a judge is extraordinary, especially in a case like this.
Yeah, without a doubt. So what is it that you think should be done or could be done about this?
Well, I have not, I haven't read the actual court transcript, but what I can say is that, typically prosecutors all across Pennsylvania, to begin with, when they act without good faith, they're almost always, I can't even think of a time where this wouldn't be the case, where there wouldn't be at least some type of ethical inquiry by the Board of Professional Conduct. That's a starting point. And I can say whether you're, the Philly DA or any DA or defense attorney or lawyer, you have to act in good faith, because when people don't act in good faith and there are no repercussions, then that impacts the way that people view our entire system. And when people don't trust the system, that's when bad things happen.
Parting area for you, Attorney General, immigration, illegal immigration, your office, your stance on this, how you would couch your view on what's happening with this.
Well, what I can say to begin with, I want to echo actually what I said previously about the fact that the Trump administration has really gone to great lengths to protect us with regard to shutting the border down. From the perspective of a law enforcement agency, that's something that we've been crying for a long time. When you look at human trafficking, when you look at all of it, it's just unbelievably important for public safety. The second part of that, very simply, is we're a nation of laws. We are a nation of laws. We are a state, a commonwealth of laws, and our laws are what makes us different than other countries in the world. And so, to that point, obviously, my position is that we follow the law and we collaborate and cooperate with other law enforcement officials because that's what our job is, and that's what we took an oath to do. And so, I'm not sure, what angle, what else you want to discuss with regard to that. But very simply, my position is we follow the law. We work with all of our law enforcement colleagues and partners to do everything we can to achieve the mission of making our community safer.
Well, I hear you, because it's good news to hear that, because many situations, the attorneys general that are suing across the nation on some ground, I think, is spurious other than following the law. But go ahead, Attorney General.
No, I was just going to say very quickly that, it's important that we, again, you mentioned attorneys general across the country filing lawsuits. I think it's important that we focus on our core competencies, do our job, and keep our community safe. And that's why I ran for Attorney General. That's my focus, and that's what I'm going to do.
Absolutely. Please keep us in the loop. Impressive start to this across the board, and any issue that you want to talk about, we're here to hear it. Thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you, sir. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Dave Sunday, the new Attorney General already. Those things I told you about on Medicaid are amazing. All right, what we're going to do in a second, we'll do what we do every day for a great prize. And then Giuseppe has put down the Calabria juice, and he's going to join us internationally and tell us about this great trip to Sicily. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
That is right. And today we're playing for a pair of tickets to see jazz guitarist, all right, Yacho Stefan. Yacho Stefan on Sunday, March 23rd at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County, our favorite spot. For tickets and more information, just visit bucks.edu/tickets.
Yeah, Dom, so today we mentioned a new version of My Way released by the great Paul Anka.
Yes.
And Paul Anka, a great songwriter, writing tons of songs you might not know were his. So I'm going to play a song sung by Paul Anka that he wrote himself and a reverse cover song. I want the listener to give me one of two artists who made the song incredibly famous, breaking into the mainstream. Mm-hmm. But here's Paul Anka's take on it. And again, I want to know, he handed off this song to two individuals that made it really big. You can give me one of either of those two individuals. Take a listen.
There you go, baby. Hear a mile. Will you let me hear so I could sit and cry? Well, Lordy gee, what have you done to me? Guess it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, but good reason why you didn't do it. The other version's much, much better. Again, we want to know who made those songs famous. Paul Anka's a writer, performer there, but not the one who broke into the mainstream with it. We can take either of the two names that did.
All right, hit us at 855-839-1210. Giuseppe coming up, and we'll get in your calls, and we'll get a winner here on the side question today. It's said that you don't just visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. How about joining me? And Giuseppe's a great tour guide. You'll hear exactly what Conservative Tours does. Look what they have to work with, though. The sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily and Calabria this fall. When you head to Europe, it's Conservative Tours. They proudly have that name. We love it. $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy, Sicily, stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494. You at least have to get all the information. Or go to conservativetours.com. You also enjoy, maybe just as much, the Godfather tour part. We visit the locales from the movie in Calabria, the crown jewel of Sicily, Taormina, and I'll see you on Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, always a country within a country. I will see you primarily, too, in Savoca. 888-733-9494.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
After a chilly start, a warmer air mass begins to build back into the Delaware Valley today. We'll have plenty of sunshine. It'll be less windy with a high of around 64. For tonight, not as cold, mostly clear, 40 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, another nice day, plenty of sunshine with a high temperature well above average at 68.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Are you concerned with AMD? Now protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or at NewNordicUSA.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone? Show me the money. All right, Paul Anka in the news today. We had some fun with that. Listen to the clue. And Dan, we're looking for one of two people,
yeah,
right?
so two people made this song incredibly famous. And we just want to know those two people that made it famous. Paul Anka writes it, performing it here. Not so well, but we want to know the two who made it famous. Take a listen.
There you go, baby. Here am I. Will you let me hear so I could sit and cry?
Man, that opening melody is so noticeable. That's all the listener needs, I think.
Yeah.
You know?
Let's go to Dwayne in Valley Forge. All right, Dwayne, what's your answer? Hi.
Hi, Dom. Well, one of my favorite singers, she had the best backup band in history, the Eagles. I'm going to go with Linda Ronstadt.
Ah, there you go. Nicely played. And who did Linda Ronstadt, Dwayne, date? A political note?
Oh, she dated the governor of California.
Yes.
And his name escapes me, but yeah, I remember.
Jerry's the first name.
Jerry Brown.
Yes, Jerry Brown. Hard to believe, isn't it? And it was all downhill from there. Exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
And to wrap things up, Dom, the other one, more famous one, is the original being...
There you go, baby.
That being Buddy Holly, Dom. So Buddy Holly or Linda Ronstadt would have won the day. Congratulations there.
Nicely played. By the way, the White House announcing now, we'll see on paper that after this phone call today between the president and Putin, that Putin's on board with the ceasefire. Now, does that mean ceasefire is in effect? We'll see. This is big news, though, if the case. And the ceasefire is the first big step toward actually negotiating the final settlement, but it's the biggest step in some ways. That just announced a little while ago. All right, but we're headed to Sicily. We don't need a ceasefire. And Calabria. And the Godfather tour. And our buddy Giuseppe's back. I've heard through the grapevine he's changed his mind. It's not said to be sauce. It is said around the world to be gravy.
He's confirmed many times, Dom, it is indeed sauce.
It's gravy. All right, Giuseppe, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, Dom. Great to hear from you. And it's still sauce.
That's it. The tour is so great. I just have two requests. Somebody's there is going to have to say gravy. And I can't go to the locale of Godfather 3 when we're in Calabria. Godfather 1 and Godfather 2, I'll be out there all day in the locales of the Godfather part. But let's start, Giuseppe, with Sicily. I've never been, obviously, to Sicily. I've read a lot about it. I saw the White Lotus in Sicily and people like that. What is the biggest thing that people enjoy about Sicily?
Well, I'm right now in Sicily, and it's truly just an amazing island. I actually did the Godfather tour today, and as we were walking the streets of the town, it's a tiny village, and it's not only about going to see the site where the Godfather movie was filmed, but you could really understand better how the real Sicilians live in the inland of the island. And then as we were walking by, and I was taking my group up to the church where Michael and Apollonia had their wedding, and as we were going, one of the ladies came out, and I know her now for many years, and she actually still alive, and she is the mother of Apollonia in the movie. So technically, you're going to a remote village where the Godfather movie was filmed, and there's still some of the actors. Let's call them actors, but they were people of the town that were part of the movie. And, I mean, my group was so happy to actually see one of the people that were in the movie that is still alive. So these things just happen.
Wait a minute.
Because,
is it the rat that ran away when they blew up the car? Is it that guy? Is he still alive? He probably is.
Apollonia's wife, correct. Apollonia was the girl that blew up in the car. The mother, technically, is still alive, and she's here, and she loves to take pictures with us. So you go to these villages, and you're meeting a Hollywood star. I mean, to be involved in such an amazing movie.
Oh, yeah.
But what is
Paulie, won't see him no more.
at the time, what is incredible is that time has stopped. So you get to see the exact scenes of the movie, the church where it was filmed, the cafe where Michael asked the father of Apollonia that he wanted to get married, and we reproduce all these wonderful scenes. And then Sicily, I mean, as an island, I know that many people may have not traveled to Sicily, but we know so much about it. Keep in mind that it's the largest island of the Mediterranean. So all the other islands like Malta, Cyprus are much smaller. This is an amazing island because there's so much to see. There's 5 million people living in Sicily. And there's so much heritage because it was also the melting pot of the Mediterranean Sea. You have so much influence in the cuisine. For example, also in the language, the history that has came through here, Phoenicians, the Greeks, the Romans, and then we had the Normans.
Yeah.
The blend of cultures, Jewish communities, the Moors coming from North Africa. And then we must say that some historical events took place here on this island with the landing of General Patton also in 1943.
Yeah,
10th of
well,
July.
that's
General
how
Patton
I've come to know the race with Montgomery to be the first one to Palermo, which is a main stop here. Yeah, listeners probably have seen that. And then the White Lotus show. How accurate was that? Have you seen that on HBO?
The show became very, promoted Sicily tremendously. We have the people that on the tours, they make reservations to go and actually see or have dinner or a drink at the hotel. That same hotel actually was the one used by Francis Ford Coppola while filming the movie. Okay, and quite fascinating that he was here, and that's where he stayed for the first time. He also discovered the villages of the Godfather, Savoca and Forzovago, thanks to the receptionist of the San Domenico Palace in the 70s when he came. Okay, so everything is very well blended in. There's a lot of connections we're going to make. And keep in mind, we also include on the tour a visit to Mount Etna. Is a volcano, 11,000 feet. It's actually an active volcano, fertile soil. Some of the best wines are produced here. So that's also another great opportunity to be on an island. For example, it's warm. It has a wonderful climate, but then when you climb up to 9,000 feet, you could actually be on snow salts. There's snow right now, and it pretty much lasts until May, June, or then it comes back in autumn. So this is the largest and most active volcano in Europe. So that's something if you're interested in volcanology. It's something more that Sicily can actually offer. We are going to see the Straits of Messina. Is the 2 miles of water that separate Sicily to the mainland of Italy. This tour is actually incredible because it covers all of southern Italy, and that represents a very important part of the Italian history, because before Rome existed or Milan or Venice, these were the areas where we had civilized cultures that were already on this kind of territory with the Phoenicians and the Greeks. Keep in mind that the Romans came in later. So our Italian civilization actually started from the south. So chronologically, if you have been to Italy, it's wonderful. There's so many places to see. But my recommendation, if you have not been to Italy, the way to start an Italian experience is actually from the south, because chronologically, that's where the history started, okay? Yeah. It's difficult to also identify in Italy because we are a melting pot of cultures, of languages. You will find out all that influence also in the cuisine. But we take a ferry from Messina, that is one of the major ports. We sail for about 20 minutes and we reach the Italian mainland. The people that are also interested, in the rock formation and to understand where Sicily is located, it's also connected to the North African plate of the earth, while Italy mainland is Europe. Okay, so there's a fault line in the Straits of Messina. The depth of the sea is about 3,000 feet. We sail, we cross the Straits of Messina, and then we enter the Italian mainland through Calabria. That is the very point, the toe of Italy. There is also a plan to eventually build a bridge from one point to the other. A lot of the Greek mythology, Scylla, Charybdis, the sailing of Ulysses coming through this area. Everywhere that you go in this area, there's so much to
absolutely
discover.
Well, look, and you guys are second to none. So Giuseppe, thank you as always. We play what you told me about sauce and gravy periodically. We're really looking forward to Sicily and Calabria. Giuseppe, hope to see you soon. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right, there's Giuseppe. I'll convince him when we get over there. All right, lightning round next here at 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us with something that's an awkward moment here on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Rich. Is the only one.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my happy place, the Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. Yes, we're coming back for our live shows this year, but wow, they have so many amazing events and promotions happening right now. It's never too early to book your Easter Kids Spring Break Getaway, available April 13th through April 24th. Book 2 nights, save 5%. Stay 3 or 4 nights, save 10%. 5 nights or more, save 15% off regular rates. Breakfast is included in all packages. Memorial Day is going to be here before you know it, so book your Memorial Day weekend stay or your summer vacation. Get your dates booked now and get the best rooms. They will sell out. They always do. The Grand offers guest rooms, suites, and townhouses to accommodate family gatherings of all sizes, so you can make memories to last a lifetime. You'll enjoy the indoor and outdoor heated pools, Hemingway's restaurant, the bar on the property, the pool bar, arcade for the kids, and so much more. Book direct today for the best rates. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deploy. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's exactly right. All right, be very brief. We might have to give the winner tomorrow. That's what we're thinking. Well, maybe not. We'll see. Joe in Columbus. Joe, what's yours?
Quick, Joe.
Dom, I got a story. You got to allow me to build on this.
I can't, Joe. Yeah, you've got to be quick.
We got 90 seconds left
I
in the
had
show,
a friend
Joe. Go.
growing up. I had a friend growing up who was a cougar magnet, and whether you're walking up somebody's stoop or walking up your own or walking down somebody else's, he walked out of this cougar's house, looked at the guy next to him at the row house back in the old Trenton days, walking out with a lunchbox and a hard hat, and he looked at him and said, "So you're the new guy." And what it was the walk of shame.
That's a really good one.
Good one. Yeah.
All right, Henry, though, who did you like today? We think there's a winner here. Yeah.
I have to lean with, I guess, Gary in Newtown. Mistaking a woman for being pregnant is just brutal.
I have a more personal story from Greta, who had a great one. She said she was standing there, was called Snow White, and said something about 7 dwarves, turned around, and there happened to be a short person behind her.
Yeah, I think the short person story with Greta is a very, very good one.
All right.
Sorry.
The M word, as Hank Johnson is familiar with.
Yeah, we squeezed everything we possibly could in. Tomorrow we'll have another side. We'll have more time tomorrow. We'll dwell on that a little bit, but we do know we're going to be joined by John Yoo about all these legal things. He's the guy that was with President Bush Jr., Gitmo and all that. He's a Philadelphia native originally. A lot of insight on what's going on with Trump around this. But the good news is, if this holds, Putin is not going to be going after the Ukrainian infrastructure. That's what the deal is, to prove we have a ceasefire. We'll see by tomorrow. If that holds, maybe this is moving toward a settlement over the next month, 2 months or so. All right, Richie always next. No JFK files released, though. You were right so far. Shocker. Where are the JFK files? Where are the Epstein files? We'll find out tomorrow. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain,